Word. Oh, fuck, that was a long ride. My legs are jacked. Excuse my French. We episode. Hello, Jody. Kat said, well, I got a DM from Kat not too long ago, so Kat might show up. I don't know. Let's see. I am super tired. Super duper tired. Yeah. Let's see. All together, 24, like 30 miles of biking in today. Yeah. I shit you not. On top of everything else, but yeah. Let's see. I'll move this hot spot around. Improves. Ugh. I found 3 cigarettes outside the liquor store. Like somebody just dropped them, and I look like they're not really tarnished or anything. So I was like, fuck it. I was trying not to buy any. I was going to get a cigar, and so this is I made it through. See, I had a couple rollies this morning. Took my shower, went to work. I had about half a cigarette at work, and then towards the end of my shift. So it is what it is. Dry off my medication now, and I am able to just deal with the withdrawals when I do have them, which is much less frequent. And so I feel like as long as I just keep this, if I do put nicotine in my body, it's just pretty low levels, then I can just kind of get over it, and I don't really need pills, and I'm functioning rather normal. I had these tabs open from last night, I guess. I don't know. It must have been related to the conversation in some way. Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. Apart, divided, or into pieces. Yeah, it seems some sects of our community are going asunder, but I don't know, man. That's all above my pay grade. Little monkey in a big jungle. Cheers. I'll have the cheap beer first, and then I'll go get the good one I saved myself. So, King Cobra, it's acceptable. I think it's decent. I think it's better than Budweiser, actually, and it's cheaper, so. Another lovely day at the office. I've got a bunch of shit going on tomorrow. So, probably be pretty busy here. Well, not too busy, but depending on what happens, I'm going to be installing a ceiling fan in here. And then hopefully that guy who's been saying he's got to fix my car finally comes to fix my car. So I'm going to deal with that, and then I can actually put the rest of my shit inside of it and bring it here so I can finish moving all my stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the dealio. And kind of chillaxing. I was thinking about a lot of things about having good attention to the story in my life and things you think are going to happen. And that pertains to my story of how I came to identify with the atheist community and stuff, how I ended up here in the first place, because so many other things in my life had gone awry, not according to plan. And I always had this notion when I was younger that, I wanted certain things in life, and that, it wasn't really something that, I felt I had to work towards it, but I didn't see the value of, playing by certain rules. I was always trying to go against the grain and do my own thing, and very punk rock, and it was, but, I could look at some of the missteps I made in hindsight and be like, oh, that was a pretty illogical thing to do. Why did I do that? Well, because in my mind somewhere, I was like, no, this is like fate, man. This is like destiny. You can't stop this. Like, it doesn't matter if I make this stupid decision. Like, because this shit's going to happen regardless because I put all this effort into, this thing and fuck everything else. As long as I stay focused on this goal, I'm going to achieve it. And then year after year after year, I did not achieve it. And then finally got to the point where I'm like, okay, apparently I'm beating my head against a brick wall somehow, and fate's not helping me out here. And so what am I need more logic, I guess. And but yeah, that was the last straw. It was like, okay, God, spirit, soul, fate, destiny. What does that mean? Is it predetermined? There's some plan in mind? Or if I think it, can I manifest it? Can I manifest my destiny and achieve it? And then one day you wake up and you're just, you know, some dude who's working a regular ass job, and you have hobbies, and it's not all this grand, amazing shit you thought it was gonna be, and then you were like, yeah, maybe that was kind of part of the illusion, that whole fate illusion, that whole, you know, delusion of grandeur we have as men, that we can do anything we put our minds to, and then sometimes it turns out we really can't. I mean, you can do it. It's one thing to just do something, habitually and put a lot of effort into it, like ritual and stuff like that. And it's another thing to like be successful in a sense of, having like a monetary success and recognition from people, and that it doesn't interfere with your interpersonal relationships, because balancing all of that is really complicated. And even people that we deem successful because they make money doing these things, say artists, musicians, right, often it turns out they still end up having like a bunch of crazy turmoil in their personal lives. And then they, a lot of people really dislike them because they're kind of, they're one way or another, they're not easy to get along with. And okay, and they don't, they have to have interventions, and, psychiatrists come in to work on these things. So, because we don't want the band to break up again, Bruce. Jesus, come on. If you don't know, you don't know. But, that was a reference to a particular band. It's a joke. It's a joke. So I just spent my ride back listening to Destiny on panel with Alex Jones and some other conspiracy theorists in Texas, I guess. What is up, Denver? Look at them trees. That's one of my my mantras now too, because I'm surrounded in the middle of the city, but we are in like this valley area, sort of top of the bay. So any direction I can look out and see a fucking mountain. And so when I'm spacing out at work, I'll just look up at the mountain and I'll go, look at them trees. And then I'll start going again, doing my circuits and shit, It's like, but I have to say it out loud now. Hey, look at those. Those are damn some pretty trees. Yeah, anybody's welcome to join if you like. I'm just chatting for a minute while I wind down. Of course, I'm tired as shit, but after you ride 12 miles, home, you tend to not be quite ready for bed yet. So, yeah, might sleep in a little bit in the morning. We'll see. It's definitely getting back into equilibrium. Like, the more you tuck yourself out during the daytime, the more, it's the more rest you're required to get. Your body's just going to force you to do it. There's just, most of the time. Now, there are exceptions to this. Like this morning, my job called me super early, and I just, answer the phone, sorry, can't help you, but, I'll do my best, whatever, type of thing. And so they wanted me to come early, and I ended up, I got there a little bit early, but it was like 15 minutes early or something. They wanted me to come much earlier, which just wasn't possible with everything I had going on. So, like I said, it was like 7:30, and I'm not supposed to wake up till like 9:30, right? And they call me, And I'm like, okay, a few seconds, hang up the phone, try to roll over and go back to bed, and no, not happening. It is not happening. Once that was established, I mean, I laid there for a little while and kind of in and out of a dream state, but I wasn't able to fall unconscious. I know, yes, trees are gorgeous. I prefer to be among the trees. So when you're among the trees, you don't really. I mean, you think about it, but you're like, oh well, yeah, I'm one with the trees now. But it's so weird for me being down in a city and all the cars and traffic going by, and just to like imagine yourself being among the trees, but you're out. You're like outside of it. It's like looking at a painting or something. But I don't know. I don't know what that. It's just like it's a weird thing I have, where it's like that's one of those stress relievers. Like just to look up there and be like, oh, one of these days I'm going to get to the top of that mountain. Somehow. Whether it's a truth or a convenient fiction, I tell myself, would be nice to climb that mountain. Though I think it's all pretty much public access, with the exception of certain areas. So yeah, that frickin' Alex Jones conversation was unhinged on all fucking fronts. I kind of want to cover some of it, but um, I'm hesitant just to even do anything having to do with Alex Jones because I do feel like you know he's a person who's kind of legit, not around much anymore for a reason, but I don't know. Um, I definitely don't think I would debate the guy 1-to-1, but I think it's interesting. Destiny actually made some good points, and I tend to agree with Destiny a lot, although I don't really like his style of argumentation, but I think he makes good points. But I haven't heard a lot of his debates. I mostly listen to just his, banter when he reads Twitter threads and Reddit and shit or whatever he does over there. And he's gaming at the same time, and it's a mess of things going on, and I'm not like fully paying attention. So, who turned me on to cerulean blue? It was first synthesized in 1805 and was used mainly for painting skies due to its light blue color and excellent stability. Also, azure. Azure, is that the same or similar? Uh, Azure is the color between cyan and blue. Is it cyan or cayenne? I feel like it. Should I pronounce it like a pepper? Probably not. On the spectrum of visible light, it is often described as the color of the sky on a clear day. On the RGB color wheel, azure is defined as the color at 210 degrees, i.e., the hue halfway between blue and cyan. Okay. For whatever reason, that's the other tab that remained on my screen. And so I'll show it to you. Interesting stuff. I don't really like look at the color spectrum too much as an adult. Like you're like, oh yeah, we were taught those primary colors in school. They've got all these weird off shades, and yes, I've had like crayons and colored pencils before, and I just kind of gave up on doing like visual art. Like I used to draw like comic strips and stuff, and then at one point I was like, just really into music, really focused on that, and I doodle here and there, and I drew a lot of our own like custom album artwork and stuff, but it never got perfected, never got reprinted, and then I ended up losing the vast majority of it in various, structure fires. Um, when I say structure fires, I mean, me burning my life down. It wasn't actually a fire, but it's still out there somewhere, maybe, or somebody was like, "This is hot garbage," and they actually set it on fire. One or the other. Okay, Cat will be in shortly. Um, Regios. Good to see you. Yeah, Cat's been by pretty regularly lately. We're having some convos over here. Mainly kind of poking fun at the drama going on around us. Well, Kat's a bit more involved than I am, but I've joined the conversation a bit. But all surrounding this whole are we who's anti-trans and who's pro-trans and who's trying to still learn about shit and nobody knows. It's like, let's just start blasting people on the internet for asking questions or maybe possibly disagreeing on a certain thing, or maybe we just won't even let them speak, because every time they try to start to form a sentence, we'll just shout over them and be like, hey, you can't do that. Just hate speech, hate speech, hate speech. I don't know. I don't know if that's exactly the way it went down, but that's kind of the way it registers in my brain. So I did make an unfortunate joke about, I was like, why is it so cold in here? Oh yeah, the window's still open. And this is my sweaty shirt. I don't really like having sweat on me. I like this shirt. Yeah, and it seems there's some degree of drama going on over there, but I think it seems to be just kind of working itself out as it goes. Like, I don't see anybody actually getting canceled. It sounds like some people think other people should get canceled, but as far as I can tell, that everything's pretty much consistent, and there's just like some arguments going on, and some people were like, hey, I didn't really care for what that guy said, and then hey, well, don't talk bad about this person, and don't and then it was like, okay, that was it. And it almost seems to be under the rug. Oh no, did they do that? See, I hate when they do that. They spliffed it so it smells like marijuana, but it is not. See, I so thought I found a roach and I was going to put it in my pipe and smoke it, but it was the fucking tail end of a spliff. Damn it, Jim. And then I did find this roach, but it's like the smallest roach in history. It's like a Tommy Chong roach. Up in smoke. Yeah, I won't be able to get to the club till tomorrow. Okay. Apparently driving down that street with... Is that a car? Is that my neighbor? It's not my roommate. That's gotta be somebody of my neighbors. That's not something that I have heard happen around here a whole lot, although we did have somebody speeding down the street today, so I'm not sure how common that is. I'm the type of asshole to go out there and say something, maybe get myself shot. I don't know. What's up, Kat?
Wait, what? Did you say that just because I came in? Something about getting shot? I have that effect.
No. It's the city. I mean, there are there's some thugs down here. I'm in a pretty good neighborhood, but you can't be too careful.
Well,
I love you too,
the neighborhood.
Sammy.
Oh, hey, Sammy. Hello, my friend. The neighborhood I live in is fucking great because like everyone's like, it's just a shit neighborhood. You shouldn't be there. That's where all these criminals are, and people are like, why, hello, fellow individual who is of lighter than general complexion. Why, hello, yes, I am a turbo thug, motherfucker. Why, yes, hello. And it's like, God damn it, shut the fuck up or I'll crush your goddamn skull. I'll reverse Malcolm X your ass. Shut the fuck up. Not Malcolm X American History X, although both of them work, I suppose. But like, yeah, shut the fuck up. I'll bust your skull. Don't fuck with me. And then they're like, why are you so aggressive?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's great.
Uh,
I love where I live because like I'm the hardest motherfucker here. You live in an actual hellhole. Well,
well, I would,
you live near an actual hellhole. I guess you're not technically in it, but you're like right next door. I'm a few hours from the actual hellhole.
well, the great thing about that side is they pretty much keep it like all contained there now, which I find really interesting because it used to be the case that they would try to ship everybody out, and so now all the surrounding communities, and this made the news recently. Um, are taking the tactic of like, oh wait, no, now what we're going to do is we're going to take all of our riffraff, our undesirables, and we're going to bring them down to your city and drop them off, and now you can. So it's like that's how they're kind of working that one out, I guess. So yeah, they had one of our cops from the North Bay got busted on film, um, just dropping some guy off randomly down in the city. And he picked him up, and the guy was like a vagrant, but he turned out to be seriously mentally ill. And people got this on video. They were like, "What's this guy doing?" This cop just, well, I was just giving him a ride, but no, in reality, he'd like picked him up like he was gonna detain him or something, and then gave him a ride straight down to like one of the nastiest areas of the city, and just boop, shoved
Yeah,
him out in the back.
that sounds about right. I mean, like, look, I there are always people where I live. There are always cops where I live, right? But like, you have actual like serious problems. Like, our homeless people have a lot less issues where I'm at because like we don't have the how many homeless people is it roughly now that's in that general vicinity?
Oh God, I couldn't even tell you. I
It's
mean,
a
the state,
5-digit number of people.
yeah,
It's a
it's
lot.
enormous.
It's like
So one
you
of the,
could. It's a city. It's a city's worth of homeless people. We have
or
like
it's probably a couple. I mean, probably a
well,
couple cities.
I guess it depends on what you think is a city. I suppose. I mean, there's at least at minimum 50,000 homeless people in your area. Not California in general, not including LA, just your area. Minimum.
Um,
I'd put money on the fact that there's closer to 120,000, but that's just me talking out my ass. I'll put my whole $1.47 on the line.
so
Yeah.
In San Francisco alone, they say 2022, 7,754 people.
Wow,
But
that's
of
actually
those
a lot
people,
lower than I expected. Well, okay, that's recorded.
like 3,357 were in a shelter at the time the census was taken. So
Oh,
it's
I
actually a
fucking wish.
3.5% decrease in the homeless population from 2019 to 2022. And in part, that's because of the pandemic, right?
Oh,
They made a point to actually go and shelter more people because they didn't want to spread COVID.
well,
So,
hey, that's actually really good. I'm glad that 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 makes me happy. It was hey for a good reason, I guess, not the right reason, but I'll
whatever
take
works,
it.
right?
More of our siblings are getting in places where they can get themselves better. That's good.
Yeah. And like a lot of people don't know, and I try to rail on this whenever possible. I guess there was a thing that Reagan did whenever he was the president or something, and and he decided that they were going to close down all the federally funded mental institutions. This was like a nationwide thing, but I think it just happened to turn out that like the majority of them or the most crowded of them were in California. And so for any of
Yep.
these people who were essentially wards of the state who all have legitimate mental illnesses, um, if they didn't, there were certain programs that absorbed some of them, but many of them just literally ended up getting sent out on the street, and they said good luck, and then there's nobody to care for them, whereas they had been receiving like long-term live-in care, and then they just gave them the boot, and that's
Well,
been happening steadily over a number of
yeah.
years.
Well, where I'm from, uh, so the county I grew up in, um, they had, I think it was something like 8% of teenagers were homeless at some point in their life. Like, or 8% of adults were homeless as teenagers, or some statistic like that, which is fucking ridiculous. Like,
Well,
eight
I
eight
wonder though,
percent
when
of
they talk
adults were
about,
homeless as teenagers. That's
when you say
wild.
homeless as teenagers, do they mean, like, I mean, that could mean so many things though. Does it
Well,
mean
it can
that
mean sheltered
they,
homeless. It can mean unsheltered homeless. It can be living out of cars. But
but were
like,
they, as teenagers, were they runaways? Were their parents homeless? Like, or how did that? That's my question. You know what I mean? Because
it
that
well,
could cover a spectrum of
all of
things.
the above. All of the above, I think, were included. Where it's like getting kicked out, the parents being homeless, shit like that. Because we're the city I grew up near. I mean, I was, a whole 30-minute car drive away from there. But that's where I went to high school and shit. Like, they had a fucking, it was an almost 8% unemployment rate. Like, in 2012, it was something ridiculous, like a 23% unemployment rate because
Yeah,
GM
no.
was there and GM left. And then a bunch of other businesses left throughout the years. And then the housing market crashed. And then, like, everyone left back to Chicago. And then the natives were just like, well, we're fucked. And that's when I was getting out of high school, and well, that's when I was becoming an adult. That's when I was like first kicked out. That you know I was living in a fucking house with like 13 other people in a basement.
Yeah,
Paying
that's,
400 bucks a month for rent with 13 other people, and we were struggling to pay that. You know what I mean? Like it that it was wild. I mean, it's better
so
there
many of my
now.
friends have stories like that. And, most of my friends in the older crowd, I should say, they're like 10 years my senior or something, whatever. But, they're like, yeah, yeah, in my 20s, I lived in, basically a squat house with like, six other guys and a couple of women. And, there were just people basically partying every day,
Yeah.
and they'd be, somebody sleeping on that couch, somebody sleeping on the floor, somebody sleeping in the garage. Then,
Oh,
this guy's got the bedroom, it's like,
we had a super cool dude. We lived in the basement. It was a 3-story building. Um, the ground floor was communal space. The top floor, it was this cool fucking like he was like 50 years old when I was like 17 or something. But like he would just be like, "Hey guys, I'll buy some weed for like way more money than it's worth because I just want y'all to be able to pay rent and I want weed." And then we
yeah,
would be like, "Okay, you're getting weed at a discounted rate." And we're gonna pretend like that's exactly what we needed for us to pay rent. How about that? And he'd always try and give us more, and it's like, no, 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 no. You're nice. No, no, you don't treat us like shit. You. Like people would be like, we'd be like, hey, hey, hey. I know you're trying to buy an eighth. Here, give us $20. It's fine. You're good. You don't actually treat us like shit. And he was like a weird shut-in that we'd only see once a month. And nicest guy ever. He was weird as all hell, and he was like super fucking awkward, but he was nice as fuck. And it's like, no, 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 no. This eighth, it's $20. We look, we live in a slum house. It's fine.
God,
if
an
we don't
eighth of
pay the
$20
rent.
back then would have been unheard of. Over here, we were paying like 50. Some people wanted $60 an eighth
Oh,
back in the day. It'd
what?
just be like, what are you talking about? Yeah, they were crazy out here, just super greedy.
Look, I could get Purple Haze, an eighth of it, for like $35, and that's not at a discounted rate. Like, hey, that's the one good thing about Wisconsin. Weed grows wild.
Yeah,
So, I
that's not,
mean,
I don't think that's a very well known fact. Um,
well,
I
no,
want to hit side
it's
chat here
not.
though. I'm
We
like,
used to
wait,
grow
they
hemp.
are streaming, really? Growing
Oh,
hemp? I'm all wait. What are we?
I,
Are you supposed to be
I
streaming
was
right
gonna
now? Is that what's
stream.
going on?
No, I was gonna stream. I had a stream set up and then I undid it because I didn't know if you were gonna stream or not. So I just set one up and then I undid
Oh,
it. So,
okay. I was like, what? I should have. What I should have done is, I can enable the thing now so that, like, when we're streaming together, you could just like stream it to your channel too. You know. Um,
nah. We
no,
don't wanna. We don't want to taint your channel with mine. I mean,
no overlap. Oh yeah, I keep hearing that
you're gonna
lately
get
too.
hate. You're gonna get hate, infinite hate if we stream it simultaneously. That's just how it is.
William wouldn't even come in. I was like, whatever happens, happens. He was like, no, I'm not going to bring that hatred upon you. And I was like, all right, all right.
Oh, well, like, I mean, I'll bring the hatred, but like, I'm not gonna like make you share the hatred unwillingly. I just
Yeah.
that's my thing. I mean, look,
As long as we're
hey,
not the
there's
ones doing the hating, I'm like, if they need to hate shit to make their, whatever, their lives more fulfilling, I guess, yeah, sure, why not?
well, there's a
We call
little
it
bit of
most hated
hatred on my
streamer.
end.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, yeah, I feel some, but I try to suppress it. It's bad, suppress it.
well, I try to keep it to the appropriate areas. There's
Yeah.
I'm a little bit salty, a little bit, but yeah, no, like okay, where I'm from, like if you take random dirt in your backyard and dig it up and like turn it over like with a hoe, you'll have hemp plants growing in
Nice.
like a week because that area used to make hemp and weed. Well, like actual like smokable get high weed in addition to hemp. Like they would make rope and then also, hey man, let's get fucking high and shit because it wasn't illegal back then because Wisconsin wasn't a state.
So
You
is
know what
it
I
not
mean?
true that isn't hemp it does produce some flour,
Oh,
right? But it's just like brown weed basically?
well, it's
Or does
basically
that depend on the
swag.
type?
It's like
Okay.
lower than swag. You can get high off it, but you gotta smoke a lot. You gotta smoke like 3 or 4 or 5 bowls to get the same effect as like one bowl of like regular weed. And we're not talking good weed, we're talking regular weed.
Yeah.
Like the THC content's incredibly low, but it's legal. It's a legal amount of low. So you can smoke as much as you want. But it's still technically illegal because you have THC in your system. So it's like Wisconsin's a weird fucking place. I don't know how it works anywhere else. But Wisconsin is the same place that like we had prohibition federally. And Wisconsin was like, yeah, man, no, that kind of sucks. We like beer. And
See, when I
decided,
think I used to always think that '70s show, and now I always think Kenosha. I'm like, I didn't even know that place existed before.
yeah, by the way, Kenosha fucking sucks.
Yeah.
Like, okay, when the whole fucking Kyle Rittenhouse thing happened, it's like, okay. So all these people on the news are saying that's a great place. No, the fuck it's not. You showed the one street that looks good. You don't go there unless you're buying cheap weed, buying cheap meth, or you want to get mugged, right? You only go there if you know someone or you're running out of gas.
So it is truly a land full of criminals. Huh?
Well, yeah, that's what fucking shook me because they're like everyone on every side has a criminal record aside from like the 17-year-old, and it's like, well, no fucking shit. It's rural. It's Wisconsin. It's the only city in between Milwaukee and Janesville. Like, what the fuck are you? No fucking shit. Yeah, it's Wisconsin. Everyone's a goddamn criminal. Everyone has a fucking criminal record. It's Wisconsin. That's what we do. We're all criminals. We're the Australia of North America. What are you talking? We're the Florida of the Midwest. You know, like, calm down. Yeah, no fucking shit. Oh yeah, everyone on every side was a pedophile or a drunk driver or, you know, someone murdered someone. No fucking shit. That's a Tuesday in Wisconsin.
Like, oops, my bad.
You could have picked out 6 random people and gotten the same result.
I can't do a Wisconsin accent.
Yeah, no, okay, you know, I can do the fucking Wisconsin, you know, there, I kind of grew up in the whole goddamn, well, you know, there's more than one Wisconsin accent, you know. I mean, okay, my actual accent is a Wisconsin accent, but people don't register it as a fucking Wisconsin accent because it's different than the oh god, I just went and did it. Different. Not different. Different. It's different than the, you know, general fucking Wisconsin nonsense. It sounds like Ontario and like fucking Massachusetts had an accent, baby.
Yeah, I keep thinking like Fargo, like that. I don't know if that movie is like particularly accurate. I think so, but like the Dakotas have that same thing going on.
Yeah, North Dakota's got the same thing. I. By the way, Sammy, I'm glad I've grown on you.
Yeah, we're way back
was
in the
Sammy,
chat now.
right?
Yeah, that was Sammy. I do want to address Reggie. If you don't know, Sammy has been extensively streaming about what we're talking about.
I know.
I've done a little bit, but I think the main one I did with William ended up getting taken down because of some copyright shit. And Denver says, I don't want to be spreading. I have no idea. I didn't hear about this, but Justin Downing,
I did.
a.k.a. Khalil drama about being convicted of sex crimes. I wonder what that means, depending on which state you're in. It could be like, you know, it could be a number of things. So I would have to look into the specifics of that. But
from what I understand, he wasn't convicted specifically of a sex crime. What he was convicted of, which he pled guilty to, was assault. I don't know if it was necessarily sexual assault, but I know he pled guilty to some flavor of assault
against a woman.
Well, his wife, I guess, not his Muslim wife, his actual legally married wife, and his stepdaughter, his legally married wife's child. He pled guilty to both counts against them. And he also had a civil case against him about his ex-wife, like not his currently legally married wife, who is, I probably filing for divorce, I fucking hope. But like he's not allowed to see his biological children because he was an abusive ass, apparently. This is just what I've heard, this is just what I've seen. Based on the information I have, that seems to be pretty accurate. I could be wrong, but God, Khalil, what the fuck, man? Don't fuck kids
Yeah, that's not good. I mean,
or hit them. Like, just
yeah,
chill out, man.
I could say I've got some not so pretty stories about me, but I've been I can't honestly, like, any of my long term adult relationships have had like some kind of mutual cycle pattern of abuse going on, where I'm like, yeah, I can copy some shit, but um, I've been accused
Well,
of domestic violence twice. I've never actually been charged or convicted or pled or any of that. Both times the charges were, well, the first time the charges were dropped, and the second time there were no charges filed. So, and both of those situations, I'll just say that there was mutual abuse going on, and I just, ended up taking the fall because I'm a man, but, that's whatever.
well, that's how it be, really. I mean, unfortunately, the way the system works, it generally doesn't register that, like, you know, assigned male at birth people can be abused. I'm not sure why that is, but it's certainly a thing that the system has decided. I mean, I'm not in favor of the system.
I feel
I
like
mean,
that's
I'm just
isn't that kind of like it seems like that's like the old school way of thinking though. It's like just because you are the man, it doesn't even matter what the woman does to you. You can never ever react. Like, and that's still the common mentality. It's like that's kind of unreasonable to expect from people. What if she comes at me with a knife? Oh well, then just walk
um,
away, bro. It's like
you take it.
we live
You take
together.
the
Yeah,
knife.
just take it.
You take the knife and
Oh
you
yeah, yeah.
calmly be like, "Hey, could you not? Let's talk this out." That's what
No,
you
I
do.
actually had that happen with one of my exes, where I did have to take a knife from her. Um, but yeah, the police actually ended up getting involved on that one, and she ended up going to jail, which is one of the rare occasions when reason prevailed, But the cop could totally tell when he got there, and she. Oh, funny enough, she was super drunk, and she ended up actually trying to how do I say, trade the cop favors to for leniency, or to let her go, or some, I don't know what she was thinking she was going to get out of it, but it ended up in the report. She tried to offer him her body, and I was
Well,
like, oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, let's put icing on that cake.
we had a roommate, um, my ex girlfriend from fucking forever ago. I was living with her. We weren't dating, so we were living together. And I was paying all the bills for like 7 people living in a house. It was just a bunch of trans people. And, well, 2 of the people weren't actually living there. They hadn't lived there for like 40 some odd days. And there were enough people living there and coming in and out that we changed. Like, we didn't have a lock. We didn't have a key lock. We had a door code. It was just a regular house, so we had a door code. And we had changed it because they'd been gone so long. And then one day they decided they lived there and called the cops and said
Okay.
that my ex brandished a knife. Well, someone happened to be on stream while that was happening, and it might have been me. The stream's since been taken down, but uh, yeah, it wasn't a knife; it was a fucking burrito. She waved a burrito in this person's general direction, and
Good
this
thing you didn't have
motherfucker
a
claimed it
gun.
was a knife. And it was the most wild shit. Like this kind of shit happened all the time when these fucking troglodytes lived with us. These goddamn mold people. It's like, hey man, we're all in the shit. Like maybe you could try and literally do anything to help. Like, hey, like it's super cool that like your part of the house no longer has electricity, and instead of asking for help to pay the back bills, you just like routed your electrical box into ours and then had me pay for your electricity and everyone else's, that's fucking great. But like, you could have just been like, "Hey, man, we fucked up," and I would have been like, "Hey, cool." But no, no, you
That would have
just
been
left,
sensible, yeah.
and then what about William?
What?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
No,
No,
no.
no, just yeah, kick her in the pussy. Fucking punch her in the dick. Doesn't matter.
Was,
Whatever she
was
got,
that
fucking.
a bug said something? Um, yeah, that's hilarious. I will say, Sam, your response that it's much easier to disarm, at least in my experience, a drunk person. Yeah, as far as that goes, I wouldn't have probably tried that if she were sober, but in that state, I was like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I could take it from you, and I did. So,
Okay, okay. It's either really easy to disarm something from a drunk person or completely impossible. It depends on the drunk person, right? Like, let's be realistic here. If it's someone like me who's been drinking since they were 10, good fucking luck. You might take the knife away, but that person also doesn't give a fuck if you stab them, right? They're going to throw hands no matter what. And then people who are, just normal people who are drunk, I mean, yeah, you could take it away and they're like, shit, fuck, man. Yes, yes, like our chimpanzee ancestors.
yeah, I mean, I generally prefer what you're talking about there, Sammy. I was not that skilled at the time. I was green. I don't even think I was 21 years old when that happened. I might have been just 21. Um, so I was barely even old enough to buy alcohol myself. So I was like, um, but the way that whole situation escalated was, I can't even describe the whole thing. It was out of control, just completely out of control, fueled by Jägermeister, and I was drinking too. I just wasn't fucking smashed. And yeah, good times were had by all. The worst part about it was, I was at my dad's house at the time, so my younger siblings had to see it, and my dad and his ex wife, so it was a whole family spectacle too. And that was most of the reason the cops got involved, because I probably wouldn't have called the cops, but they kind of insisted at a certain point. They're like, "No, we need to, you've tried everything. This has just gone too far." So yeah,
Ah,
the elders were like, "Nah, it's my house. I'm bringing the cops over."
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would do literally anything to not have to interact with the police ever. I mean, it never turns out well. I mean, it's turned out well for me before, but like only because the other person's been ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I had the
exactly.
cops straight up lie and say, okay, so here's a fun story. We were visiting my buddy, and he lived right next to a park, and we were all in the car, sober, and we're just like, hey man, you wanna like hang out later? You wanna like fucking hang out and get drunk and wasted in your fucking basement and play darts or whatever? And he's like, yeah, well, I have to vacuum the steps. And he had to do other shit that he was doing. And we're like, all right, man, whatever. We'll come back later. How does that sound? So we had a car with like 4 or 5 people in it. And somehow his sweatshirt got caught in the moonroof of the car because he was leaning on top of it, right? One of those like sunroofs that doesn't go back all the way, it just like tilts off in a weird way. It somehow got caught in that. And when the guy driving went to go, he got stuck. And then the guy driving slammed on the brakes once he realized our buddy wasn't just running alongside the car to be a fucking shithead. And then he got detached and bonked his head on the curb. Well, the cops lied and said we were all drunk and high. They said specifically I smelled like alcohol and weed, which, to be fair, I may have, but I wasn't high or drunk. I had been sober for days. Um, but like they straight up lied and then said we were car surfing. The only
Car
reason,
surfing.
yeah, the only reason we didn't get fucking got was because the district attorney was playing tennis at the park next door to my buddy's house and saw us not doing that.
Oh,
And he
you
made
had
the
a
DA,
witness inside.
yeah, the DA made the cops apologize in the fucking paper for straight up lying and making shit up. They didn't get, they got like 2 or 3 days of, paid suspension, but that was about it.
Yeah, it was the
And it's
public
like,
humiliation that did it, though, right? They're like, how they
yeah,
know, like,
I'd be in fucking prison right now, probably. Like, I mean, they would have fucked me. If they were willing to lie about that, they would have been willing to lie and be like, oh, yeah, this person had 13 pounds of cocaine in their pocket. Right? Like, the only reason I'm not fucked to hell is because the DA saw it happen and was like, excuse me, no.
the first time I ever got pulled over as an adult, as a licensed driver, because I was pulled over once before without my license. But the cops kind of let me off on that one because it was a weird case of mistaken identity. But when I got pulled over as an adult, as a licensed driver, I had just moved to Sacramento and I was driving my ex's car. And I knew my license was good. I had just got it like a couple months prior or something. It was like really close. And I was being all ballsy. I was speeding a little bit, but not too bad. But I turned the corner and I threw my cigarette out the window. I was done with it, so I just flicked it out the window onto the street. It wasn't like in the bushes or anything like that. It was city street. But that is against the law in California. Um, it's considered even worse than littering because, as you say, it's lighting when you
Well,
say
yeah,
littering
California is
an
incredibly
ignited
flammable, yeah.
substance. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, that part of California is not. Like I said, it's in the middle of the city. It's a concrete jungle. Like anywhere else, I'd be like, yes, I agree. But here, no, I'm really just littering on the street. But so, and all of a sudden, I round the corner after I do that, and I see the red and blue behind me. And I noticed immediately because I was like, this is not an ordinary cop car. It was an unmarked cop car, and it wasn't like a standard. It wasn't like Crown Vic or none of those. It was like some, like off type of car. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And the dudes who came out and came to my door he had a badge, but he was in plain clothes. He was wearing like a leather jacket. And I swear to God, it was like some shit out of Training Day. Black cop and a white cop. White cop's playing good guy, and the black cop is all up in my shit. All up in my shit. I knew it. Like, as soon as he stopped, he wanted me. I forgot to turn off my engine, so that was the first thing. Turn off your engine. No, don't take your keys out of the ignition. What are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. Why am I being pulled over? Blah, blah, blah. He gave me the whole runaround about it, pulled me out, claimed my license was suspended. I was like, dude, I just got my license. I know my license is not suspended. I haven't done shit. There's no reason for it to be. And it turned out, so that was the pre to him. He hadn't even told me why it stopped me yet. And then he wanted to search my car. And he started saying, your eyes are so... I was like, dude, I smoked a little pot. That's it. And that was the truth. I hadn't had shit to drink, nothing. He's like, your eyes are so fucking red, blah, blah, blah. I was like, all right, well, my eyes get really red. I have blue eyes. That's what happens when I smoke a little pot. I had like a tiny little nugget in there like that. And so his partner dug that out of my car, still under the pretense that my license is suspended, right? And then finally he says, "Oh, well, I'm ticketing you for throwing that cigarette butt out the window. I'm ticketing you for the possession of the marijuana and driving on a suspended license." I was like, "Okay, dude. Well, just so you know, I'm going to report you to whoever the proper authorities are and, let them know that, basically the way you just pulled me out of my car, started searching, like, and, you wouldn't even tell me what you stopped me for. Like that whole thing, I know your procedure. Like, so went through that whole runaround. I go down to the DA's office, or the public defender rather. Sorry, I filed a complaint against him with the police department because I passed the full field sobriety test, breathalyzer, everything, and then I go into court. We've got the defense all lined up, and the cop doesn't even show up. And the judge offers me a plea. She's like, "All right, I'm going to drop all the charges." And they told me straight up that the cop had read the wrong license number out to the dispatcher. But I was standing there listening to him, and I know that he didn't, right? So that was like the first indicator. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And so we're going to drop all the charges, but you have to pay whatever X amount of money and go take this 4-hour drug diversion program. So I ended up having to basically go to like this, motivational speech where everybody was just, nobody wanted to be there, obviously. But I was like, okay, well, if that's what I got to do to get my record expunged, then cool, fine. Like, I'll go with it. So I did that. And, but yeah, let's think back to that whole thing where it's like, why did he lie about my license being suspended? Like, that never made any sense to me. And he charged me with it.
I got charged with running a yellow light one time, and I was like, okay, look, I'm working I'm working as a private investigator for like 2 counties over. I'm not going to make a big stink about this. I just want to clear this up. I'll pay for it, whatever. And I showed up at court because I didn't have the money. Because it was like a $389 ticket, and I was making $10 an hour. Right? There was no way in hell I was going to have fucking $400 goddamn dollars to pay this shit off. And I walked in, and the judge was like, we got another one of these. And I'm like, hey man, look, I'm just here to get a, payment plan. I got charged with running a yellow light. I didn't know that was a crime, and I know that's not an excuse. But like, I just didn't know. I'm sorry. And the judge was like, "You ran a yellow light," and then actually looked at the paperwork, went through it, and was like, "Get out of here." And I'm like, sorry. And she's like, just get out of here. You're fine. Go, leave. This is not. The cop didn't show up to defend himself. The cop didn't show up to defend what he accused me of. And the judge was like, it's not a real thing. Leave. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
It's like, you'd be shocked how often you would get away with literally anything if you actually show up to the court date. Because the cops never do.
Right.
Like, and it's like, hey man, you just inconvenienced me. If I had money, I would have just paid it. However, instead, I wound up having to pay to not pay you. Right? I had to pay in gas to not pay you more. It's almost like it's a corrupt system.
Yeah, I had another one several years later where I got a legit speeding ticket, and I was going in, and I was late for court, and I'm calling the courthouse like frantically, like I'm on my way, but I'm just outside of wherever, and like can you just like give me a little leeway time? Like I'm really trying to get there. I don't want to get a failure to appear, And she calls whoever she calls, and she comes back on the line, and she goes, "All right, Mr. Lentini, we just want to let you know that your case is being dismissed in the interest of justice. So don't worry about it. Just check your speed next time. All right. And I was like, okay, but now I'm like, I've already driven most of the way there, so now I've like wasted all this fucking gas for yeah. I was like, and you're
Well,
just gonna dismiss it? Like, what the hell? No,
yeah.
I was speeding.
Well,
No, but I didn't argue with him. I was like, okay, yeah.
yeah. There's no point in arguing with them. Like, okay, I got a ticket. It was a ridiculous ticket. I was speeding near Amish people, and it was like a $400 and something ticket. But um, the cop was far more concerned with the black guy in my car, who is one of my best friends. He was far more concerned about that. Like, this motherfucker patted me down. I had a little over a gram of cocaine in my pocket that I didn't even know was there. And he hit my chest. He hit that pocket, and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh fuck, that was cocaine I bought 6 months ago. Fuck. He didn't notice or care. And like, literally did everything but cavity search my buddy. We had,
You like convinced the black guy must be your dealer.
well,
You're like,
he
he's got the
wasn't.
stash.
He
Yeah,
wasn't,
but
but
I mean
like,
that's what the cops
yeah, that's
thinking,
what he
right?
thought. Like, we had like 3 bottles of booze in the back seat. I was only 20. I wasn't 21. He didn't check my glove box. I had like, I don't know, a little over an eighth of weed, 2 pipes, a pistol, like,
Oh
and a
wait,
flask of booze in my glove box.
but the pistol
Didn't
is
check
probably
that.
legal over there, right? Yeah,
Well, yeah, it's
pistol is fine.
Wisconsin. The
Yeah.
pistol was legal. I know in most states you can't have a pistol if you're below 21, but like it was bought for me by someone who was like 35. That makes it legal. And like I got a license for it. Like there's a specific license if you're under a certain age, you can have a
Okay.
pistol. And it wasn't concealed carried because it was locked. The glove box was locked, which means I would have to shut off my car, take the key out of the ignition, and put the ignition key into the glove box to open it up. Right.
Right. So that'd be considered,
So like
almost like having it a safe
it's
or a
a
locked
separate
case or
container.
whatever. Kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I can't just randomly pull it out. Right. But I had all of that in there. And like I said, visible alcohol. There was like Jägermeister and Rumpelmans and
Was it
whiskeys.
open or
Like no, well,
open
it
or
was
unopened?
visible. It was all sealed, but it was visible, and I wasn't 21, and I
Right.
was
Right.
driving with it. And it
Well,
was my car.
they can't really
Didn't
prove that
notice.
it's yours though.
No, but they didn't even notice it because my
Oh, okay.
buddy was black, and like they gave me this ridiculous fucking ticket, and I said, "Oh yeah, yes, master, yes, master. I paid this ticket. I did a bad thing. I did a bad thing. I'll go pay this ticket to the courthouse." And then they left us alone, and I'm like, shit, thank God you're black. And my buddy was like, fuck you. And I'm like, hey man, we would have gotten way worse if you were white. I'm just saying. Like, this is the only circumstance that I can imagine where we got away clean because you're black.
Yeah, well, because
They
he's
were
black and
too
they can't
busy
find
concerned
anything
about
on
your
him because
skin color.
they want to just pin like everything that's in the car on him, and if they can't do that, then fuck it, right? Like,
Well, once again, they didn't notice anything in the car. They didn't check
you
the
don't think
car.
so?
They just did
I mean, you don't think?
everything except reach up his butt. Like that was the only thing they didn't do. And it's like, hey man, you fucking saved me. I love your skin.
That's interesting.
Like
No,
this.
my ex is Mexican, and so like we were driving back down from far northern California, and we're coming through. It was a fucking speed trap. It was supposed to be a construction zone or whatever, fucking. But it was in the middle of the night on I-5 coming south. There was no workers. There wasn't even construction equipment. There was just cones and signs. And and my ex was driving, and I was fucking hammered. I had been drinking with my friend after he had just gotten out of boot camp, and so we're coming back. My daughter's in the back seat, and I'm fucking wasted in the passenger seat. And she was doing like, I think she was doing like 62 and a 55. Like it wasn't like too bad, but it was over the work zone speed limit or whatever. And they pull her, and they threw the fucking book at her. It was ridiculous. I was like, what the fuck? Well, she also had a suspended license, but I'm like, dude, she's driving me. You can see. I'm telling you, I'm drunk. She's driving me and my daughter because I'm drunk, right? Like, what do you want me? And so, yeah, they threw the fucking book at her, and I always feel like if it had been a white girl, they would have been like, okay, keep the speed down, don't do it again next time. But because she was Mexican and we were in rural Northern California, I just knew. I knew by the way the cop looked. I was like, dude, you would not be this big a prick if it was a white girl. I just know it. You can read it on him.
Sorry, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah. I don't know. I've seen that a few times in my life. Not like you know, not all the time, but I. It's like how do I say? When I'm out and about with people of color, I I the onus is on me because I address anytime it's me addressing another white male. If it's a cop, we tend to be all right. If most often, as long as I'm not doing something I'm not supposed to be doing, like something I'm really not supposed to be doing, like when I was
Well,
freaking tweaking, that was like the worst. But you're
well,
constantly
yeah.
terrified of the cops then. But
Well,
like any other time, they're just like, all right, as long as you're reasonable, you're not argumentative. Most of the petty shit, there's yeah, whatever. But
well,
if you're with a black friend or a Mexican friend, all of a sudden they're up your ass. They're up your friend's ass, and you're stuck there. You're like, oh, well, I don't want to just, you know what I mean? Like, how do I just let that
yeah.
pass?
Well, it's wild. So, like, my dad's not white, right? I'm very. You've seen me. I am incredibly pale. I don't know. The printer ran out of ink. My dad, however, is darker than Obama. He's not black. He's Middle Eastern and Native American. He's just incredibly dark and like curly black hair, brown eyes, dark skin, whole thing. My sister looks like him. I look closer to my ma, who is, white and Jewish. Uh, so there's a fun time. So I was with my sister, and I was going to a hospital near her. I had just come out of being homeless, and I had scurvy, and was like basically bleeding out of everywhere that could bleed because this was the second time I had scurvy. It was bad. I looked like a vampire. Well, uh, I was my sister sent me a text being like, "Hey, I need you to pick me up." Well, I didn't have a car, so I walked over to where her car was, and I sent her a text being like, "All right, meet me at your car." And she apparently got more drunk, or you know, the alcohol hit her harder because by the time we both got to her car, she was belligerent and didn't want to get in the damn car. I was sober. I was just bleeding everywhere. someone, and good on them. I'm just gonna say, because if I saw this situation, I probably also would have called the pigs. But they saw some like fucking needy white fucker covered in blood trying to force a small brown girl into a car. And then the cops came. Do you have any idea how fucking hard it was to explain? No, no, we are siblings. We are blood siblings. I am just a different ethnicity, visibly. Like, yes, I understand she looks Mexican and I look white. Neither of us is white or Mexican. This is the look, this is my sister. And then we had to like both pull out our IDs and they were matching up our names and looking us up. And then like I was showing them my phone and my sister did too, and she's like, "Ugh, I'm drunk. I'm sorry, I just want a cat to pick me up. People were being weird to me. This is my older sister." And then they were even more confused because I'm trans. So like it was a whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah.
And I swear to God, they were about to fucking throw me in prison for fucking ever. But like they looked into everything. It took like 2 hours. I was sitting in the back of a cop car, and then they're like, "Okay, drive your
And you're
sister
bleeding?
home."
Did
And
they
I'm like,
even get the paramedics out?
"No, no, no. I was bleeding out of my mouth. It was fine. They don't give a shit
Oh,
about that. I had scurvy. That's fine. They don't give a shit about that. They didn't do it. You know, they don't.
yeah.
They don't give a fuck. They're cops." And I was just like, "Yeah, I know. I know this looks incredibly sketchy. I promise you, though. I promise you, this is the one time in my life I'm not being sketchy.
So I have I
But I
have two
promise
cousins.
you."
I have two cousins that I grew up with. You know, we're pretty close, and they're both mixed. And one's older, one's younger. So my younger cousin was like, you know, black. They're black and Italian. So you can't. It's kind of like the same situation. Like, you look at us, you'd be like, you can't tell that these two people are related in any way unless you look at like some very specific features, you know, and the fact that we have the same last name. But so so I have my younger cousin out with me, and this girl I brought back. I was a teenager, so I was kind of going from place to place, and I had met this girl in a halfway house and brought her back to my aunt's house to stay with me. We were dating, you know, and all that good shit. And I didn't know this girl. Like, I had known her for like a week or two or something. And so, like, to brought her like halfway across the state with me, and we go to take my younger cousin, who's black girl, out to the mall. And it's the three of us, you know, two teenage white kids, and this little black girl who's like 4 years old. I want to say she was like 4 years old or something. And we're all out having a good time, shopping at the mall, and my girlfriend at the time, all of a sudden we're in like a hot topic or something, just loses her shit and starts having a panic attack. It was uncontrollable. She had stopped taking her medication, and I couldn't console her. And somebody there called the authorities. And the next thing you know, we've got cops and paramedics out there, and the whole time, like, you know, they're trying to calm the girl down, which she ended up having to go to the fucking hospital and shit. And but they're looking at me like, and who is this to you? And I'm like, oh, this is my little cousin. And they're looking at her, they're looking at me, and they're like, what? Do we have something else going on here? And I'm like, no, no, call my aunt. Like, seriously, like, she's at work, but you know, like, it
Well,
was a trip. The way they thought
yep.
we abducted her or something. You know, it was like,
Oh,
no, no, we are related.
okay. So I got two cousins, right? They're half black. Um, well, okay, they're not my cousins. My cousin is their ma, but like, just my ma is the youngest of nine siblings now that we found, possibly more. At the time, we only thought she had five other siblings. But It's a whole thing. But like, my mom's got a bunch of siblings, so it's my cousin technically because it's one of her siblings' kids. But she's like 30 fucking. My ma and my cousin are the same age, right? So her kids wound up living with us at some point. My cousin's kids, and they're half black, and that led to a lot of weird fucking situations where people would be like, yeah, they abducted some black cats. And then my cousins are like, no, no, these are our family. We are blood related. Please, no, stop. No, no, no. My aunt is just incredibly white. Leave us alone. I, which, my favorite. Okay, their dad's dad, rest in peace, which, I mean, was part of the reason why they wound up living with us. But their dad would always be like, hey, look, don't fucking trust the white man. Don't you be trusting the white man. Anyone who says they're white, don't fucking trust them. They'll fuck you. And I got a call from my cousin who used to live with me. He was half black and also half Jewish, right? And it was just, and he just shouted, I fucking hate white people. God damn it, why were you and my dad right? So he goes to school out in Denver, right? He's in college now. He's younger than me. He's the younger kid. He's like 21, 22. And he was, you know, going and doing shit before he was doing Shabbos dinner. So like he got up in all his Jew garb before he went out and then got accused of cultural appropriation. And he, and I'm like, I told you, man, don't fucking trust them. Like, hey, you know how you're mixed and no one on either side wants you? Yeah, you get it now on the opposite end. Like, yeah, it's no one wants you. You're not real people. You're mixed. You don't get to do anything.
Oh yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not Jewish. Your mom's not Jewish. Fuck you. It's not like you're a practicing Jew. Stop wearing Jewish things because you're dark. God damn it. You stupid. Fuck you, Dave. Fuck you, Dave. Your name is fucking David. Right? That is the Jewishest name.
Yeah, yeah. It should
Jewishest?
be. The
Yeah, but
most
it's like,
Jewish, yeah.
yeah. It's like, hey, this is a fake name for my grandmother's maiden name, so I don't dox the entirety of my family. But like Rosenblatt. My grandmother's maiden name is Rosenblatt. It's fucking ridiculously Jewy. Um, like, yeah, you fucking David Rosenblatt out here. Like, yeah, yeah. Why would you possibly think anyone thinks you're Jewish with a name like that? You have dark skin. Stop it. Get some help.
Or like people like we were talking about earlier, like Khalil, formerly Justice. It's like you convert religions, and it's
Yeah.
like, dude, you are the whitest white motherfucker out here. How are you trying to change your name to Khalil? Like, I don't care if you want to convert your religion, cool, but like, at what? Like, I don't know. Like, that just seems because he probably legally changed his name. I assume. You know what I mean? It's like, whoa, dude. Like, do you think that was
Well,
the wisest choice?
Dave was born Jewish, which is the most wild thing. And then people are accusing him of cultural appropriation. Like, yeah, no, this man is like genetically a Jew. Like, he's a practicing Jew. I'm not. And I understand he doesn't, quote, look Jewish, which I never understand what that means. I think people, when they say look Jewish, mean someone like holding a briefcase or wearing a doctor's coat. Like, I think they think every Jew is like a dermatologist or a lawyer.
No. That's the other stereotype. I think when people say look Jewish, I think most of the time they mean like Orthodox, like with the the curls and the silly hat or something like.
Okay, but Dave
That's what I.
had the silly hat on. Dave had like the big fur hat on and the full on coat because like he's Orthodox.
Right.
Like he had the full. He's just black.
Right. Yeah. But
So
again,
like
it's like the same thing with like saying a white Muslim, like in turban or whatever garb, and it's like,
yeah,
One of my drivers is like that, and he looks like he's might be mixed. I'm not sure. We don't really converse too much. He actually, I thought he reminded me of Khalil at first when I saw him. I was like, no, definitely very different features going on here. But he's got a kind of a similar thing going. Where it's like you look at that guy, you're like, yeah, he was definitely not born and raised in Islam, but he wears the headgear, so that's one of the gives. And he's got the beard and everything. So I'm like, you don't look the part. I mean, you look the part, but you look like you're playing a part. So,
yeah,
to
yeah. But
me,
you don't accuse him of being culturally
no, yeah, I
appropriating
would.
someone. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what happened. I told him that was going to happen when he went to Denver. I told him, and then he was madder than all hell. And I'm like, well, maybe you shouldn't have went to a liberal area. Maybe you should have went to like a generally neutral. You should have went to a purple area, not a blue area, not a red area. Because if you go to a purple area, most people aren't even going to know what the fuck you are to know enough to say you're culturally appropriating, even though you're not. Right?
I feel like that's the other kind of liberal too. When you say that, like you really don't see that type of shit. At least in my experience, like around here, you don't see it in San Francisco. Like you could pretty much wear whatever the fuck you want, or maybe nothing at all. And nobody's really going to say shit to you unless you start, espousing
Well,
conservative views
yeah.
or something. But like there's other places where it's like, where does this stuff happen? And they've got like this what during BLM there was this somewhere they had like supposed liberals like, and they were a group of, I don't know who started it, but they're essentially they had a group of white people who were like bowing down and kissing the feet of a group of black people, and this was somehow supposed to be like
Oh,
penance for
that.
slavery. And I was like, there's nothing woke or liberal about this. This is just fucking like weird
Uh,
sadistic fucking shit. Like I don't even know what's going on here.
so I have a fun story about BLM. Like I was at some of the protests and stuff. Like I made sure to not be in any of that fucking stupid goddamn shit. But like we were walking through the city one day, a buddy of mine and I. He's from Libya, right? He's a Jew, but he's from Libya. So like he looks Middle Eastern. And we were going by and they were shouting about, hey, we need more African voices. Now, um, if you happen to know where Libya is geographically, it's in Africa. This poor man was so confused because he was just like, oh, hey, I'll give my 2 cents on this. And they're like, you're not fucking African. And he was like, excuse me, the fuck I'm not. What do you mean? I'm from actual Africa. Like I came from Africa a couple of years ago. And I'm like, dude, let's look. I'll explain to you later. Just let's go. Let's go. I'll explain the whole thing. They don't
Yeah.
mean people from Africa. They mean black people. I know. That's not the words they used, but that's what they mean. And
Well, what's
like,
interesting
hey,
though is
I
like,
support the sentiment that they're saying, but I also understand that that's the wrong verbiage.
yeah, and most, as far as I know, most Black Americans tend to disassociate with the term like they don't like African American anymore. That's been done away with because right they've been here sufficiently long enough where it's like, okay, yeah, we
Well,
came from Africa a long time ago, but my family's been here, longer than a lot of white families. So why would it make sense to call myself African at all? Like, you know,
yeah,
other
it,
than having African heritage or whatever.
which, like, hey, I'm fine no matter which way you want to take on that, right? Like, I don't really care. Like, also, if you're going to take the stance of you're African American, you do have to recognize, like, people from, you know, Ghana are going to look different from people than people from, like, Egypt. I mean, Elon Musk is from Africa, right? He's from South Africa. That, like, Elon Musk is African. Like, you're gonna have to use potentially more specific verbiage just
Wait,
because
wait, wait.
there are
Since
immigrants
Elon Musk
who are going to be
is an
incredibly confused.
immigrant, he would technically be an African American.
Well, he's an African Canadian American. He's,
Oh, is he not an American citizen?
I think he is now, but he was a Canadian citizen first, so he's
So
an
he has.
African American Canadian American.
Does he have tri-citizenship? Is that even possible? Can you have like? I've heard
Um,
of dual citizenship, but I didn't know if you
I
could have more
think
than two.
I don't know if
Depends on
he
what
has
country.
citizenship in Canada, but it's one at least one of his kids is in Canada, and I think he has some sort of visa to visit his kid whenever he feels like. I don't think he has citizenship. I think he's got some sort of like visa, if I'm
Oh, okay.
remembering
Oh, yeah,
correctly.
yeah. He's
And
got
it
a
might
green
not be
card,
whenever
right?
he feels like. He might need to schedule it, but it's a visa because at least one of his kids lives in Canada.
Oh,
He's got a
actually a
shitload of
very
kids, by the
common
way.
Google search apparently. Yes, you may
Yeah.
hold citizenship in three countries. Okay. And
Oh,
not every
well, he
country
might.
allows for this, though. So it depends. Yeah, it does depend on the country. Boundless immigration. I'll share that. I've always wanted to have dual U.S. Canadian citizenship, and I did contact an agency like a while back, but they were like, "Well, basically, you need to like have somebody up here or establish like a job, like even if it's just a second job or something." But have some kind of connection established beforehand, and then we can give you the citizenship. But I was like, at the time, I was like, this is an emergency. They're electing a crazy person to office, and I was freaking out, man.
Well, at any point, I could just like walk up to Israel and be like, "All right, take my blood. Yep, you proved I'm a Jew. Great. I want to live here now." And I could get Israeli citizenship. Like I have I have every ability to get Israeli citizenship. I'm just not gonna do it unless shit gets too fucked. Because I mean, Israel's also not great. I mean, if the U.S. gets worse, I guess I can leave, and I'm lucky because I could be like, "Hey, man,
Oh,
draw
that's
my
not
blood.
wrong.
You can prove that I'm genetically Jewish. I have Hebrew tattooed on my hand. I think you'll be able to figure out. Look at me. I have the
Who do you
nose. I have
think's
the
the
body
best?
hair.
Have you ever done an actual ancestry thing? Like, have you ever tried that? Like
Uh,
one of the new fangled websites or whatever.
well, so fun story. My father, who is not white, refused to believe I was his child. So we had to get multiple DNA tests done to prove that I'm his kid. My parents still got divorced over it, but yes, I have done a lot of those, like before Ancestry.com or 23andMe or whatever were things.
Oh, okay.
But
You haven't
yeah,
tried the new ones though. Yeah.
well, yeah, the new one said my grandma was Italian when she came from Palestine, so they might be a bit wonky.
Well, I guess they could
Like, I
go
don't think.
from Italy to Palestine. I mean, at some point, I mean, there's
Well,
people do a lot of weird
they
stuff,
didn't
but
know. They didn't know is the
there's no
thing.
evidence for it.
Like,
But would they tell you if
well,
they had?
her ma moved from there. She is the 11th of 13 daughters, I think. So, like, she was born in
Maybe
America.
maybe it's like a deep,
From,
dark family secret, though. Like they don't want you to know.
I mean, maybe, but, like, why would my great grandma be speaking Arabic instead of Italian?
Well, like
Like,
I
did
said,
she go
she
out of
would
her
still
way to
be
learn Italian?
from there, but she might have a
Did she?
parent that came to Italy and didn't tell anybody that, right, or something like that. I don't know.
But yeah, but then why don't I show up as Italian, but she does? But I am also my dad's child, and she is my dad's parent, but neither of us has Italian blood. I feel like
Sounds
that's a
like
bit.
somebody is adopted.
Well, there's a lot of people that
Sounds
are
like
adopted.
somebody is.
It's not me. I can prove it's not me. I know what cum I came from. I know where my dad's balls are.
I can
That
see the resemblance. I've
oh
actually
no,
considered this for myself recently. I'm like, to what lengths would people go to, or do they go to conceal those types of things, or is that just like paranoia in my mind? Because I'm like,
well,
yeah, I've always seen my parents' features, but are you just like looking for those things, or maybe you just like adapt to kind of look like them, even if you are adopted somehow? Like, unless it's something like super obvious, but they're like, if the person at the agency was like thinking about it, they'd be like, oh, this guy's a kind of a close match for this one and this one. So if we're talking about adopted parents, the only disconnect there though is that my parents were never actually together, so that wouldn't make sense. You'd have to like create a whole other fictional backstory. So I guess that would be kind of intricate, but I don't think
I
they
mean,
do that in adoptions.
I don't look like either of my parents. I look like my mother's mother's mother, which is fucking weird. But like, I look like she had a kid with my dad's mom. It's the weirdest fucking shit. Like, my dad doesn't look like his mom at fucking all. And my mom doesn't look like either of her parents, really. Probably because she
Yeah,
tries to look as white as possible. Like, dyes her hair blonde, has, make sure she doesn't go out in the sun, make sure she's nice and pale, all that jazz. So, like,
yeah.
I do look like my great grandma and my grandma. I do not look a goddamn thing like my dad, though. I'll tell you that much right now. My hair is straight. The only thing about me that is.
Yeah. It's interesting too, like so my dad's family is like fully what homogenous, right? They you could tell they're all the same kin. My mom's family, it literally, and my grandmother did have one admitted affair. So one of my aunts is from a different man than the man who's supposed to be my grandfather, but pretty much it looks as if my mother and one of my aunts might have been from a different man than my grandfather, or vice versa. And the other two siblings kind of look alike, but when you look at them, like you can tell these two are siblings and these two are siblings, but they're all supposed to have come from the same two people, right? But you can't tell all four of them. Like when you put them in a group photo, you're like, there's something weird going on
Oh,
here.
if if you look at a picture of my mom with all of her siblings, there's no way in hell you would think they're related. Probably because there's, I think, 9 kids at this point, with all different parents. My mom is, I think, the only one between both of my grandparents. Um, the rest of them are all with different men or women. So, like, I have a Vietnamese uncle. I have an uncle who is Spanish. Like, he's from Spain. I've got an uncle from England. They're both named Mike, by the way. Like, I have two uncles. No, I have three uncles named Mike and two aunts named. No, it's the other way. I have two uncles named Mike and three aunts named Debbie. Because that's normal, right? Because my grandpa was a man whore and told all the women he's sleeping with, "Yeah, if I had a kid, if it's a boy, I want to name it Mike. Daughter, I want to name it Deborah." And now we're here, where I just randomly find out I'm related to people. Like, I'll run into them and they'll be like, "Hey, wait a second, isn't grandfather's name here? Your grandfather?" I'm like, "Shit, how the fuck? What? 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 Who the fuck are you? What? Are you the feds?" And they're like, "Nah, man. Like, he's my dad." And it's like, okay, Grandpa, could you not have fucked everyone? Like, could you not have impregnated every woman on your way from Kentucky to Vietnam and back? Like, that would be great if you would not have done that.
Yeah, picture your grandpa as a total horn dog, and then because he was.
Oh, well, okay, man. He was a military courier. Now, I don't know if you know what the term military courier meant back in the 60s.
It sounds poisonous, yeah.
Well, he was essentially a spy. That's what that means. He brought, like, classified documents by hand to places where they couldn't, like, send them, through radio or, like, through the mail or whatever. And I don't have any details about what he actually did, because I'm pretty sure he's gonna die not telling anyone about any of that shit. But I know roughly the job. So it's like, yeah, I could imagine, like, 6 foot tall, tan dude walking around being like, "Hey, I'm in the American Army, babe. I'm, like, super cool and I run classified documents. Want a bone?"
Yeah.
Right? Like, if I had that job, I would be doing that too. Come on, let's be realistic. We all would. But also, like, come on now.
Come on now.
Yeah, but also, like, come on now. Keep it in your pants, or at least don't be a fool. Wrap your tool.
He's fulfilling the American dream. This is what we were supposed to do. I mean, like, we're supposed to bone and make more babies and put them out in the economy. Nobody get, like, right? No. That was the idea.
Have kids
That was the
with this
original
combined citizenship of 5 countries. I mean, saying. I don't know if that's the number. I didn't actually count. I can't keep track. Every couple of years, we find a new one. Apparently, my fucking English teacher was my aunt, and I didn't know, and it was super awkward. It was super awkward finding out because my grandpa left their family and never paid child support. Yeah. Yeah, it was super fucking awkward finding that out. And she hated me after that.
I can imagine.
I did that. Well, I didn't do shit. I was fucking 14. I didn't fuck her mom in 1972. That was not my problem. Well, to be fair, we don't know that I didn't. My birth certificate's a lie.
Wait.
I was actually born in 1948.
Oh, you're one of those. You're like that creepy movie with the little girl who's not actually a little girl.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I look much older than I actually am.
Oh yeah, I was looking at myself earlier on Snapchat with no filter. I didn't post a picture, but I was like, "Damn, dude, you look hella old."
Yeah. Okay. You. I look. You look like a normal adult human. I look like meth. I look like if a Suboxone clinic had a mascot.
I'd probably be a bit hard on yourself there.
Oh, I'm not. Look, I'm hard on myself, but this is just honest.
I think we're all like way more critical of ourselves. I mean, yeah, there's always this, super, but what I'm looking for. Um, vain is a word, but I don't really. That's not really what I'm trying to think of. Um, but anyway, they just want to like nitpick things about you, and they're like, just like everything is aesthetic to them, and it's like, no nuance to it. It's like like, but they're the same people that are like, probably getting like injections on the side, and they wouldn't admit that they have any imperfections. They Yeah, I don't know. I can't deal with that shit because I'm always looking at it and I'm like, okay, that person takes good care of themselves. But they're like, do they? Do they just have like more resources to put bullshit vanity on top of It's like, oh, so they've never. I don't know. It's like I've got scars from actually like experiencing hardships and altercations and stuff and
Yep.
just getting random parts of my body busted on accident because I was out living life. And they're like, are they just living in a bubble where everything is just revolving around them, constantly looking picture
Yes.
perfect? Like, yeah.
Correct. Also, real quick. Hey, Sammy, you clip whatever you want from me. I just say whatever the fuck happens in my brain and it falls out of my mouth. You clip whatever you want and use it however you want. I don't give a goddamn fuck. It's it's publicly available. You use it. I don't give a shit. It's yours to use. I don't care.
Oh, it's
Clip
the
my
other Will.
one-liners. You're good. Well,
It's
he
Will,
asked.
not
He
William.
asked in the chat.
Oh yeah, Sammy did. But
Will's
did
also in
you?
the chat.
Will, yeah, Will wanted to say hi to you. You want to say hi to Will?
No, I'm gonna say goodbye. God,
I don't know why you say
work's
hello. I
getting
say
busy.
goodbye.
Yeah. Hello,
Are you?
hello.
Have y'all been on speaking terms or not?
Will and I are on speaking terms.
Since the
With
okay.
we, Will and I just have a very strange friendship. I guess relationship. I don't want to say relationship just because then the geek room will go on about their whole thing that I'm you know living with Will in a city we don't live in, and I'm the mother of his children. Look,
Oh
there
yeah.
was a
Well,
point in
then you're
time
kind
where
of
they
like a
accused
crisis
me of
actor, right?
they accused me of being the mother of Will's child. Um, Honey, I can't do that. I I don't have those parts. I don't. You, I'm not that kind of trans. I had to go on a stream and prove I wasn't pregnant. Like,
Wait. Wouldn't the question? Wait. If they're asking that question, they would be questioning whether you are in fact trans, right? Which is also like super, out there. But okay, is
well,
that the question, or is it?
no, it's just whatever they can use. to cause me in particular pain, I think. Like, it doesn't hurt Will at all to accuse me of being pregnant with his kid. But,
Well, I think
because his
the
wife
point of
is
using
fully
you,
aware.
you're like a catalyst, right? We have to use they have to
Yeah.
use they have to use you as
Well,
the catalyst to paint Will out to be the most toxic person as possible so that people will cancel him, right? That's kind of the logic there. Like if we could say that whatever's happening here, Will is somehow abusing this person or this whole dynamic that's going on. Well, now Will is obviously the problem and he must be canceled. Don't let him on
well,
your streams or you will be canceled too. Is that the logic?
the problem is they couldn't get to Will directly, so they tried to get to me. And that also didn't work because I don't fucking give a shit. And then they like pissed out of their eyes and I don't know, started making up even more insane shit. It was a whole thing. It was great. And then immediately, everyone was accusing me of being in that stream where I apparently doxed Knock's daughter and fucked his dead mom and made Knock fuck his non-existent sister. It was a whole thing. And
Well, I
then
think
people
you
were
did
just like, yeah,
commentary after the
yeah,
fact, right?
yeah, I
I do
did. Yeah,
remember
I
you
did.
did commentary with
I,
after the fact, but it wasn't the same
yes,
stream.
yes. However, people said I was in the original stream, which I literally didn't know happened when I was getting accused of this. Like,
And at this
I
point in
was
my life,
so
I feel like I was
confused.
just paying entirely too much attention to that conversation when it was so fucking absurd to see what Will and Smokey were doing, and I'm like, should we even be reacting to this? Like, this is
No,
literally
that was
child shit. Like, I mean, literally in both senses. Like, they're bringing the child in, but they are themselves behaving like children. Um,
well. I think Will was right. I think Padded Jedi might have eaten some paint chips back in the day.
who? Which one? Did I miss?
Padded
I missed it.
Jedi, one of the people in the geek room.
See, I'm not familiar
Also,
with that community.
that's for the best. Um, if they're aware, God, if they were aware of you, they'd probably make up some heinous shit about you too. But also, Sammy, yeah, I know you're good. You can call me cunt or a cunt. I won't care. I won't be offended either way. I will take pride if you call me cunt, and if you call me a cunt, I'll probably also still take pride. I that you haven't had terribly much interaction with me, but I give roughly 0 fucks.
I
Kevin, do I look like I give a fuck?
I can't tell. I can't wait. I mean,
Well, it's a
judging by
pale.
your avatar, I would say maybe not. No, no, I know you well enough to know. I think at this point that you do give a fuck, but you're gonna give a fuck to a certain extent. You're not gonna let people take your fucks unnecessarily, and all that good shit. Like we were talking about the thick skin.
Well,
It's like
don't
yeah,
expose me like that. God.
no, would never do that. Cat's a horrible human being. We should all hate Cat. No.
Thank you.
um, damn it. Okay, losing train of thought. That's good. That means I'm getting tired, which is good because it is getting near like 3 in the morning. Plug my computer back in. I have to.
It's almost 6 in the morning here.
Is it? Have you been up all night?
Well, I took a nap and then I woke up at like 10 p.m. So I slept from like 4 to 10.
Oh yeah, that
Hey man.
explains it.
Well, I had to wake up at the ass crack of dawn to go to the food pantry. So I took an
That's what I
acting in
should
that.
do. I'm almost out of food stamps. I do need to take advantage of one of those programs because, yeah, I don't know. I was going to reapply, but I don't think they're going to give me any more food stamps right now. So, kind of over the income limit. So, yeah, food pantry's probably a better idea anyway. There's plenty around. Just have to go, like,
Oh,
wait in a line somewhere.
yeah. Well, I don't qualify for food stamps because my boyfriend apparently doesn't count as a person. So I am like $450 above the income limit
Oh, yeah, yeah.
for one person. But it's like, okay, but there's two of us. Yeah, well, you're queer or whatever, so die. And I was like, cool, thanks, appreciate it. Like, haha, glad I can't get food stamps still.
Interesting story pertaining. So, this one time, I mean, I have to tell this story. So, my parent forced me to a cat drop. My parent forced me to attend a fucking cat's back. My parent forced me to attend a Narcotics Anonymous meeting, and I had never at the time ever tried narcotics, and so I thought that was pretty funny. And then I guess I could have just gotten up and walked out, but I did not feel free to leave. So instead, what I did was I found a loose paint chip on the wall and I peeled it and I began to eat it as the group was doing its thing, and people are looking at me like, "What the fuck?" Until I finally like stopped the group, in its tracks. They're like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Nothing, just eating some paint."
I
and
mean,
yeah, so I was
yeah,
ejected from the meeting after that. So yeah, that was my intention anyway.
I got kicked out of an AA meeting because I asked too many questions, which I thought was funny. Well, like, they're just like, hey man, you need to like submit yourself to a higher power or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, okay, but like, what? I'm the highest power I know. So
Yeah.
I'm like, are you? Is this a religious thing? No, man, just a higher power. And I'm like,
Also,
okay,
at the
well,
time,
I
I was
mean,
like, "You're like totally in denial. Like as a child, you're like totally in denial of your own circumstances, right? You're not even ready to talk about that
well,
shit."
yeah,
And then you hear all these other people come in spewing their guts out, and you're like, "Whoa! Like, get a therapist. Like, what's going
yeah,
on around here? You're not supposed to tell a random group of strangers this stuff." No, but
well, yeah.
you don't get it yet.
I mean, I do that all the time. I'm an open book. I, I, hey Kevin, I don't know if you've noticed this. I'm incredibly open, and I just say whatever I think. Um, it causes
Well,
problems
yeah, but
for
I
me
mean, as
sometimes
far
in
as
the real
like
world.
shit, like shit, like just spewing your childhood trauma and abuse, and sometimes in the case that you're the abuser, and like when the meetings work like that, and you're just like
Yeah,
it's supposed to be sharing experience, but at that young age, you feel like people are just unloading on you, and I still get that a little bit
yeah.
sometimes. So like,
Well,
especially with family and stuff like that, you just be like, dude, you're my elder family member. You're not supposed to unload on me. Like you're supposed to be the sane and rational one here because you've already dealt with this shit. It's like no, doesn't always work like that.
I've never thought that about my older family members, but that's just because, well, I mean, I had my aunt, my dad's sister's ex husband, show up to my graduation party when I graduated from high school, and then get lost at my house. And like, we had like 5 or 6 acres of land. We, grew most of our own food, canned food for the winter. Cut down trees, chopped wood, had a wood furnace and a fireplace and shit like that, right? And I had a couple of buddies of mine and I out behind the old chicken coop. It's not actually used for chickens. We built a new chicken coop. Whatever. Tools were stored there. It was essentially a tool shed, but it used to be a chicken coop. And my dad's sister's ex-husband walked up and was like, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And fucking scared the shit out of everyone because some random drunk guy no one knew other than me was just there and lost and not know where he was supposed to be. Like, "Hey guys, I'm trying to take some chairs back to the house, but I forgot
Oh
where
yeah, I
the
love those
chairs
antics.
are." Yeah, so like when I look at my older family members, I see that.
Yeah, yeah,
I don't
I get that.
I don't see rationality.
I want to answer Sammy in the chat there. No, I got off work like 4 hours ago, and then it took me like almost a solid 2 hours to get home, and we've been doing this about that long. So that's my timeline. And I'm off tomorrow, so or today, whatever. It's today for me now. So very early in the morning. So that's my schedule. I'm sticking to it. I got yeah. But yeah, I'm still working where I've been. Otherwise, uh, they're giving me back some of my lost overtime hours. So hopefully we keep that trend going. I need to find a better way because this system, oh man, is my body's going to be thrashed. I know it. I'm going to be thrashed for a couple days. My knee and my back and shoulder. Oof, really
Oh,
feeling it. I said I rode my bike about 30 miles today, on top of bus
oh,
traffic and everything.
fuck,
Oh, I need food
man.
stamps because it's so damn expensive, Sammy. No, so damn expensive. Like I just got paid. I have about $300 to survive the next 2 weeks. So yeah, that's my dilemma. That's after all my debt and everything's paid. That's what I got left. And I guess if that all goes to food, maybe that works. Food and transpo, you know. But there's
Hey,
no room for
hey,
anything else in there.
this is what everyone was telling us when they were saying, "Hey, man, you need to learn how to live." It's mostly buying food, and that's about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I have a whole other list of things that I have to do in regards to my
yeah, but you can't
kid
afford.
and all of that
Yeah.
stuff. But of course, can't afford. Yeah, my kid turns 12 tomorrow. So yeah,
Oh, congrats.
happy birthday, Frankie! And what's up, Skyworks?
My ex's kid turns 10 in 2 or 3 weeks. I still occasionally pay their child support. Well, it's my ex has to pay child support, and when I have money, I give her money to pay child support to her ex-wife. It's a whole thing. Why? I don't know. Maybe I'm a fucking sucker or something. I don't know, but I'm the closest thing to a decent parent the kid's ever had, so someone needs to make sure he has shoes, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. And my ex and I are in an ongoing battle right now because I've been giving her money, and then she outright lies in court and says that I wasn't giving her money, which was a few weeks ago. And the judge says straight up to her, just, "What you need to do is go and establish a child support case." And I said, "I absolutely agree." And now she's trying to coyly trying to get me to give her money, and I'm like, "Nope. Nope, the judge said you need to go and establish a child support case. And I
Ooh,
really want to send her money, but the fact that she's outright lying and saying that I did not send money when I have receipts, that gets to me. And so it's like, no, I'm not going to directly send you any funds under these circumstances.
eh,
You need to, get up off it. And, this is
yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. Don't like, hey. If you like, because here's the thing. If you're the parent who has custody and it's like, hey, I need money for my kid's shoes, right? And the other parent's like, hey, you know what? I don't have the full child support payment, but I got $38 for a pair of shoes, right?
I've been
That
paying
they're
her.
doing what
I've
they're
been paying
supposed
her
to.
more. I've been paying her more for one individual child than what they take for my other three children combined, specifically because she hasn't sued me. But if that arrangement doesn't work for her, then okay, we can do this the other way because you're going to get less out of me if you go and sue me. That's the whole fucking point, right?
Yeah.
Like when this evens
Well,
out, it's like, oh, okay, you don't want to, okay.
my ex's ex-wife tried to do legal shit to force me to pay her child support because I took a parenting role. And it's like, okay, now hold the fuck up. I didn't make the kid. I didn't raise the kid. I met the kid when it was like 7, and I just
Oh, yeah.
didn't treat it like shit. That doesn't mean I have to pay $400 a week now. What the fuck? No. That is no. Thankfully, the judge threw that out pretty much immediately because I'm like, hey man, I just like I'm not even still dating this broad, but this my ex broad's ex broad wants me to. I'm sorry, it was 400 a month she was going for, not 400 a week. But I was like, hey
So I
man,
had to, yeah.
I'll give money for the kid, but like I'm not. I don't owe anyone shit. Let's make that clear. And the judge was like, yeah, it's fucking stupid. Leave. And I'm like, cool, thanks, bye.
So
This
I
is
had
how
a
I shorten
weird ass
court
situation
interactions.
like that, like with my daughter's my oldest child's mom. She had kids from a previous relationship, two boys, and that was kind of how I ended up wanting kids because I was, her youngest didn't really know his dad, and so I ended up kind of taking that role on when we got together, and I wanted to be his father figure or whatever, even though it wasn't biological dad. So when we separated, I took custody of our daughter. I tried to take custody of her youngest son, and they said you have no parental rights. You have like zero to go on here. Sorry about your luck. Um, and then they turned around and tried to attach him to my child support case. I was like, that's not my kid. Like
Yeah,
you're not gonna like
that's what
if
they'll
you're gonna
do.
tell me I have no custodial rights and I can't even get visits, and then tell me I need to pay for him, and his actual biological father is not paying anything for him. Like that's nonsense. That's ridiculous. So it got thrown out, but I found it really amusing that they actually tried to go that route.
Well,
I'm trying to pull up this
my
freaking thing.
what my ex's ex did was she accused me and tried to get me to pay child support. And my ex couldn't pay child support, and I was paying her money to pay the child support, right? Like I was paying my ex, who is this lady's ex, to pay child support. And then she tried like getting me to pay it directly, and it's like, oh no. No. Oh no. We're not playing this game. No, that ain't my kid. Okay. Like,
Were you
hey,
ever
I
legally
like the kid.
married?
No, no. Never legally married, never anything.
Okay.
We lived in the
I
same
was gonna
house for a
say
while.
like depending on the state, if you were legally married, you might have some obligation, but I'm not even sure if that would extend to the children or just like spousal support or something. But
I never even lived with a child. Like, he would just be
oh,
over
okay.
occasionally, and like I'd watch him because like I didn't work weekends, so it was like, hey man, I'm gonna go out and grab a bottle of whiskey. You want some McDonald's? Because I'm gonna get some McDonald's. And he'd be like, hell yeah! And it's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. You want to play on our Nintendo Switches and stare at the TV? You want to watch Blade? Do you want to watch Terminator 2? Let's watch Terminator 2. Fuck yeah! I know both your moms hate that. We're watching Terminator 2, and I'm getting drunk and then passing out. And you're gonna sit there playing on your Switch watching Terminator 2. It'll be great. Like that was the extent of my interaction with the kid. Or like, oh hey, you got Legos, huh? Those certainly are Legos. You're making a building. Pretty good. That's definitely Legos. And this broad
I used to
tried to
love
fucking,
Legos.
hey, I fucking love Lego. I fucking love Lego. That kid loves Lego. But like he never wanted me to touch shit because I would fuck it up. So I would just watch him and
Yeah,
be like, hey man, pretty good. Like
yeah. It's
all I
usually the
did was make sure he wasn't like, what? Go ahead.
oh yeah. I was just saying, like kids are usually all about just you, like like checking out what they're doing, and like as long as you're, yeah, don't mess with my stuff, but come here, look at this, like don't touch it,
Yeah.
It's funny when
Well,
kids do that.
he's incredibly autistic, which is probably why I get along with the kid. Because like he would just straight up be like, "No, no, you're stupid. Don't do Lego with me. Just watch." And I'm like, "Okay, well, you know what? Fair enough. Okay, you do Lego dumb. All right, kid, you win. You win this round.
Yeah, shoot
Appreciate that.
shows.
I like." Like you could straight up say that without throwing shade. That's pretty good. You're gonna go far, kid.
So good morning, Bugs. I also need to pee. And is that man Alex Jones by chance?
Wait, there's a guy outside screaming about freedom. Hold on, while Bugs is peeing, I want to see about freedom.
Get him on camera. Again.
Oh, he's calmed down now. What? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Please tell us. Tell the whole stream.
I am Joseph. I wave the flag. You wave the flag. Freedom, freedom, freedom. This is America. We are Georgia. Freedom. And I'm so confused. I. Why did this man have to wake me up for that? I was sleeping so peacefully. Now I need to go pee.
Well, go pee. Hey, hey. I don't know if I've explained this before. We live in a shithole motel, so we get weird shit like this.
Yeah. Just get drunk on a Sunday morning, Nothing unusual about that.
Well, hey, no, no. There's nothing wrong about that. It's just people will scream really strange shit randomly at weird times. There was a guy who, for about 3 or 4 days, would just scream racial slurs at people.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, he stopped doing that pretty quickly. I think some of the people who live here made him not do that anymore. Uh,
So I have a guy, he's a regular at my stop, an older white guy, and usually he is just cool as a cucumber. I think he's a veteran. And, he just rides the bus from place to place, hangs out, he's just usually kind of just checking things out. But I've caught him kind of mumbling to himself a couple times. And then yesterday or the day before, one or the other, just starts out of nowhere. He started ranting on. As it turns out, first it was a group of Mexican people that were at the bench, and I guess he was mad because he thought that some young dude had taken a seat that he should have given up for him, and you people have no respect for your elders, and blah blah blah. And I was like, is he talking about young people, or is he doing? Because I didn't hear him say anything racist, but then he kept saying you people, and I'm like, young people, you people, or is he talking about? And so it escalated from that to where I had to calm down, back him up, de-escalate, and he started saying, well, America's just becoming stupid. I can't wait until they reinstitute the draft. Send all these motherfuckers off to war and blah blah blah. And I was like,
Oh,
whoa, dude, okay. And then so he does that, and he kind of takes off, and I'm like, okay, maybe he just needed to vent, and he's gonna chill. And then I get a call, and all of a sudden I come back, and it's like, no, now he's going off on one of our bus drivers. It happens to be a black woman. He
yeah,
said something racist towards her. I don't remember specifically what, and called her a moron or something
a
like
cat
that.
word.
Demeaning her intelligence, but he wasn't doing it to white people. He targeted all the people of color at the bus stop, including the drivers, where they're like, "We're not letting him on any of these buses." And I was like, all right, dude, so here's the deal. Like, what's going on with you? And then he just went back off on his America's becoming dumber and dumber every day, and blah, blah. And he wanders
Well,
off down the street, beelines it that way. And he comes back the next day, just normal, like nothing ever happened. Do, do, do. I
yeah.
was like,
Well,
whoa. It is like, yeah.
well, you don't get to see that unless you work like security or customer service, right? You don't get to see the break the fucking shit fit followed by, oh yeah, no, it's fine, normal day. Yeah, yesterday was a Monday. It got wild. Today's a Tuesday though. It's just a normal Tuesday.
Is it the eagle noise, or are they doing like a rooster? That's what I was thinking. They do. I don't know. That's more
I
like
don't know.
a crow or something. I don't know.
Well, look, I can't make an eagle noise. Well, I can make an eagle being shot noise. It's a right. That's an eagle being shot noise. That's a 380 being put through an eagle's chest. I've never done that. Well, that would be poaching, and I've never shot an eagle in my life.
Oh, did
It
you hear
doesn't
about
matter
that?
what kind of eagle it was.
Did you hear about that peregrine falcon that finally produced babies on Alcatraz?
Oh, good for them. That's actually very good. Um, uh, those things more or less stopped existing since the 90s. Like,
Yeah, they're like damn
they,
near extinct, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it was like 4 days
yeah,
ago.
but they exist on an old prison island for whatever reason, which is the weirdest shit. But like, hey, go off, Queen. I guess. Like, I don't know.
Well, it's great because it's a tourist attraction. So this will help attract more
Yeah,
tourists. And they'll be like, oh, we can come and check out the endangered birds too, or whatever.
like there are less of peregrine falcons than there are cheetahs, and cheetahs are already in a spot where like they have a dangerously neck. So like, Are my eyes working? That looks like some sort of like 40K monster
Whoa,
mixed with
everything's
like.
screwy over here right now. What the hell's going on?
Well, yeah, I have that effect.
Okay, it must be my fault then.
Well, no. Well, if it's my voice that sounds like shit, it's because these headphones. I can unheadphone my headphones. If I sound like dog asshole.
No, you sound fine. My screen was just totally out of whack. I think it's just a lag thing.
Oh.
Gotta move this.
Oh god, I said dog asshole. Fuck.
No.
I didn't mean it like
Canceled.
that.
Canceled. Cancel the
Oh
culture.
god, yeah, I'm getting canceled.
Dog assholes are
Yeah,
so
we're
weird looking too.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, to be fair, most
You ever see
assholes are weird
the
looking.
one? What was it? The meme of the dog whose asshole looks like Jesus on a piece of toast. You ever seen that one?
I have seen that, yes. It does. They're not wrong. I just didn't really want to look at a dog's butthole for that. I mean, well, Will Kincaid apparently is willing to. He is willing to look at
All
dog
right.
junk for all the rest of us.
All right. Well, I've got to go off camera for a second because I really have to pee. I'm actually going to pee myself. So hold on.
All right, well, you go. I'll just talk nonsense then. I'll just. Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my good time gal. Um. Sammy once touched me inappropriately in the teeth. He with his fist. Um. It was very sexual with the tooth knuckle. It was like a moose knuckle, but a tooth knuckle. It was a whole thing. Um. God, it was. I came a lot though, so like it wasn't really a bad thing. It was more like a neutral thing. It was a gender neutral thing, if you will. What any of that means, I honestly don't know. I'm just saying whatever comes out of my brain. And hey Sammy, feel free to clip this, eh? I'm sorry that I'm a menace. I'm not sorry. I mean, I'm sorry I'm a menace. I'm not sorry I'm doing it. Does that make it better or worse? I don't know.
Sounds like
But
it
like
would
here
be
I am.
Sammy's new like channel intro or something like.
Hey Sammy, you can clip this. Right, that would actually be a pretty good.
Morning, Catherine.
Hello. Oh shit. Oh god, we're getting canceled.
Oh God. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Come.
I,
Yeah, I'm in.
okay,
Hold
to be
on,
fair,
hold on. Let's make it worse. Make it worse. It'll get worse before it gets better.
Perfect. So, yeah, I'm in between stuff at work, so why not? You put the dick on the.
Rude in between.
So, Kat, I meant to mention last night. I know we talked till like almost 3:00 in the morning before I ended up getting fucking busy and just fucking slipped my
Yep.
mind. But I there are actually talks of getting the old gang back together for. I said at least one, and then certain parties were like just one, and I was like, oh, just like
Well,
getting the entire gang back together for sans Jorn because he's wishy-washy about whether he wants to have an internet connection ever again.
Wait. Y'all were in a gang? Like, did you have to get blooded in, or how did that work?
You
yes,
know what? And some days,
we had to get trannied in.
put on the dress.
All right, yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Put on the dress. God damn it. No one cared who I was until I put on the dress.
You know what, Kat? For you, that might be accurate.
It is, actually.
No one cares.
That's accurate.
Where's Nakatsuchi? Where is he?
Nacho sushi. What the fuck is that? Oh, I won't do it anymore. I have to go back to the bathroom because loud noises. Well, I'm the one I'm the problem here. So I have to go back to the bathroom.
Oh, are you keeping your significant other awake right now?
Well, no. Well, yes.
Are you the
I
man
guess.
screaming freedom? No.
Well, I will not confirm nor deny that portion. I may or may not have been screaming freedom outside my own window. Who knows? Only bugs.
A trans shoots up a conservative middle school, and nobody bats an eye because it's all part of the plan. William Freeman puts a raccoon avatar on his StreamYard icon, and everybody loses their minds.
Well, that
We
was
live in a
the issue,
society.
though, right? Because they're like, well, the shooting, well, we don't want to be like, this is not the norm, because most trans people aren't doing this. This person was mentally disturbed. Like, this really doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, mental health, but we're not going to do anything about it.
Well,
It's just like every other time.
It's all mental health. It all goes down to mental health. It doesn't matter if it's a fucking crazy white supremacist or a trans person. It all goes down to mental health.
Everyone needs a government prescribed lithium prescription, I think. Just so you have access to it.
Yeah. You don't have to take it, but you are prescribed it.
Everybody has a prescription for lithium, so nobody has an excuse for being a fucking weirdo schizo.
Oh, I'm deathly allergic to lithium. I tried taking lithium once when I was a child, and I literally almost died.
Take the lithium. Swear to me.
I know a lady who takes lithium and Valium, and she still has like schizophrenia happening, and it's like, god damn, you must be real the fucked up. If you are on lithium and Valium, and you'll randomly be like, hey, so, Cherry's a trisexual.
Cat.
And she works at the circus. What?
Cat, you immediately adopted the lithium. I was born in it. Folded by.
I have never had a lithium other than an ion battery.
Oh, that's just crazy.
Is it confirmed? Is that canon now?
It's canon now. I'm making it canon. I'm gonna put it in the log book. I'm gonna send it to Halcyonic Kaiju and Basement Dweller.
What did you call them the other day? Something Caillou?
Yeah, what the fuck did I call Halcyonic Caillou? Like Hellish Caillou or something like that?
Thing.
Hold on, let me check.
Is that Caillou like the children's character? Like, that's what I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's what Ray used to call
Halcyonic Caillou.
Halcyonic.
Oh yeah, Caillou. I get it. Yeah, I see because
Halcyonic Caillou. Yes.
Well, look. I mean, I don't even remember what it was that they said that was the wrong thing to say to me, but I remember it was the wrong thing to say to me.
Hey, not for nothing, but I gotta dip. I gotta get back to work, and also, my Jewish bowels are doing things to me that I'm not happy about. So.
Well, thank you for coming.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
No, you're not.
I gotta go have violent diarrhea now. I'll talk to you later. I'll be in chat.
Oh yes. Get
out of my house.
Exactly the information I needed to know. But
perfect.
Yes,
wonderful. Perfect. Anyway, see you later.
Sammy, yes, I will. What kind of voice do you need? Because I'll do any goddamn voice. I mean, I can do Germania. Gerda Precious. Shit. I that's terrible Germania voice, but like I overly exaggerate it, and he hates it, so it's funny. Well, he doesn't hate it;
Yes.
he likes that it's bad. So there's that.
Yeah, that's
Sammy,
what
I
I
will do
try
any
to do
voice.
with that. Whenever I get into character, especially if I'm reading the Bible, when you're reading the Bible, you got to sound very Southern as much as possible,
Yeah,
because
no,
that's
or
where the
you
Bible
do the
Belt
whole
lies.
fucking Midwestern site. You come on in and oh jeepers Christ, well, there was this time, Jesus done did the thing and he brought all the fish for all the people. He was out there, damn, he was catching them perch like hand over foot. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, there's two ways to do it. Really, any other voice while talking about the Bible just doesn't sound right. It just sounds wrong.
Yeah, it's gonna
Like,
sound like your
hey
hometown
man,
preacher, right? Like,
like Jesus though, like he was out there giving the people bread and fish, man. Am I right?
well, man,
like,
that could be considered racist, though. I mean, you just don't like G-Man's voice because he's black. Is that what you're saying?
none of those were G Man's voice, but you know what? I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna take that stance. I don't like G Man's voice just because he's black. You
I
can
will
clip
own
that.
it.
This is my stance now, I guess. Hey, I've been assigned much worse opinions.
Would you prefer the Reverend Al Sharpton?
I would take G Man any day over L Sharpton.
Yeah, G-Man's a lot more entertaining, I think.
Yeah, and also less damaging to the general populace.
Did you notice how, I don't know how closely you follow, but it seems like he became like completely irrelevant for like, I don't know, maybe
A while.
6 or 8 months. Yeah, like it was less than a
Yep.
year though, because he like went from being there
Yeah.
and then he was like, you know what? I'm not going to engage with this anymore. I'm bigger than this. And then all of a sudden he comes back and he's like, you know what? Actually, I'm going to double down and now I'm just going to stream on these guys every other day and do an interview with Drag and like just totally went the other way. Where now both
Yeah,
sides are making fun of him.
that was a weird. The fact that G Man and Drag streamed together on the same side. Look, all I'm
Oh, I
saying
wouldn't
is
call it
maybe,
same side. I wouldn't call
well,
it same side, but
against Shani,
right.
which, fair enough. Probably not the same side, but like relatively friendly compared to every other interaction they've ever had.
Yeah, it's like enemy of my enemy type shit.
Yeah,
Like, I'll be
that was
friendly with you as
wild.
long as we can destroy this person. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh god. Oh,
Hello,
I gotta
Sammy.
get out of here now.
G'day,
You
Hello,
cunts.
leaving?
Sammy.
You got you bloody
Go
cunts.
on down to Bendigo, right, mate? Pick me up a packet of ciggies, eh?
I love
Have you
your
ever seen a
Aussie.
kangaroo's cunt?
Yes, of
Okay,
course
that
I
was
have.
actually a pretty good Australian accent. What the fuck?
That was
What,
good,
mine?
Kev,
No.
actually.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Mine just sounded like generic Bogan number 14, but like turned up to 12 on a scale of 10. Yours was actually a real thing.
It
Fuck.
was unrehearsed.
so,
I haven't watched Crocodile Dundee in years.
so tell me, because I've realised that I had no fucking clue what's right or wrong anymore. So if I was making, say, just for argument's sake, an animation, and I got a Jewish person to play an even more Jewish character that had lots of Jewish stereotype, like say they're a banker or an accountant, or
Oh,
is
you
that
can't make fun of my uncle Moisey Sickelstein. Oh,
is
no.
is that racist if the person doing the character is Jewish?
See, I
See what
think
I
It
mean?
is
Like I
to
was
me.
saying it today about when Moira, no, fuck, what's her name? Maya.
Maya? Yeah.
yeah.
I hope she doesn't watch your channel, Kev.
Oh yeah, we're good friends. I've been trying to get with her for a while.
Called some black person a coon, and someone made a short of it. It was a really good, very funny video. But that's apparently not racist because she's black. She's allowed to be raped. Well, what if any other race of person did it would be called racist?
Wait,
But
it's hypothetical, or did this actually happen?
no, this actually happened, dude. I'll see if I can find the
Oh, it's
video
on
someone
Bond's
made because it's
channel.
fucking hilarious. It's Bond, is it? Okay.
If you look up Bond Official, it'll be one of the most
Yeah. No,
recent
I know
videos.
Bond. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, all right, but yeah, no. So there's two different things, or three different things going on here, right? The one is that like there used to be this thing called satire, and we understood that we were doing satire. Like if I'm doing a fucking Southern accent when I'm reading the Bible, I'm really not trying to like diminish
That
the
is
intelligence
hateful,
of all those people. Yeah,
hateful and bigoted.
totally, yeah, it is. But no, when you can have satire and there's that thing, and then you can have the other level of that where you're like, okay, you can actually satire real hateful, bigoted speech and portray it in a way to where it's like, yes, we're portraying this as a joke, but it is kind of a representation of the way some people actually behave. That's the second level to where we're kind of educating you or making you reflect on the way you might act sometimes or something. And then, yeah.
Yep.
There's the next level where you're doing it just to agitate people.
So
And
are you
I would
saying
call that
there's
trolling.
nuance, Kev?
No, there's never nuance to any conversation. There's only
No.
three tiers of everything. Everything works in
As a
threes.
trans person, let me
Numerology.
interrupt and talk over everyone.
Oh,
That wasn't a reference.
yes. I acknowledge your reference. I've shared a 2-minute video in the back there, Kev, if you're interested.
Yeah, the Bond video. 12 out of 10.
Wrong damn button.
I probably should have brought that up when I was in that stream, but I just completely forgot about it, and I forgot that I showed Will that stream or that video.
Yeah.
So fucking
So
broke
that-
Hashem,
yeah.
Will Kincaid.
Oh, so this is okay. Is this clipped?
Oops. Did I not share the
Yeah.
Oh,
This
muted.
You were muted. You're muted
It's a
on the.
how long? 49 seconds. It's probably actually 20 seconds because I think it repeats.
Well, it's there's a part that's very slowed down and emphasized.
Have you done any research? Have you done any type of studying into like coon, raccoon?
Yeah, if you're,
okay, I have too. I've me personally,
you're not in South Carolina.
I've never heard a one black person call another black person a coon.
All right, so Aunt Jerry wants to know, how does Candace Owens fit into the framework? Candace Owens is an actual coon. Candace Owens is an actual coon. Candace Owens is an actual coon who is helping the oligarchs play their game, pitting us against one another, and
You tried to spin it to where it's actually more shared within the black community than the white community, which
Candace Owens is an actual coon.
Well, and it turns out that that's true.
Oh my! That's Okay, so
rough at best. The best way to. Well, here's the thing. Imagine, I don't give a shit. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit if she says that. But then you don't get to go around, right, claiming that other people need to be perfect and call out shit like that all the
Because
time.
they're raccoon fucking avatar.
yeah, it was better than calling her the other thing. Yeah, of course.
Well, my channel banner has been a raccoon for years. My avatar has been the letter K for years. They're going after K's and raccoons. How am I not supposed to be defensive?
Yeah, and Will did not, to be clear, did Will change his when Kincaid was in the stream? Did he change his
Well, he changed his. Well, it's Smokey Saint's channel that Will Kincaid now runs, but it used to be Cone Club Cult after it was Smokey Saint, and then he changed it to Coon Club Cult.
Okay, I thought I
with
saw
3
that.
Ks.
Okay.
Yes, that is a thing he did. However, Maya doesn't get to bitch about it if she says it, though. Like, that's my opinion.
Yeah,
I mean,
we can do it, not you. It's the same with using
just
any
don't
other
be hypocritical.
slur. Yeah.
Tranny is the third word out of my mouth every sentence I speak in the real world, or faggot or something like that. But I don't give a shit if anyone calls me that. I don't give a shit if anyone says anything like that. Fuck you. I don't give a shit.
Well, which is where the whole usage of the word queer comes from. Is like it came from a word that meant one thing, and then it was used derogatorily, and now we just took it back. It's ours now.
Yeah. And I don't bitch about it if, you know, Smokey Saint called me that one time, and I'm like, okay, oh motherfucker, let's talk about this shit. Let's have a conversation now, right? I mean, you could do that. I mean, but I forgot this is the skeptic. This is not the skeptic community. This is the pocket pussy community. I'm sorry.
But
he's
we're woke, liberal, and inclusive all the time. Like, never exclude anybody unless I don't know. There's some type of regulation for that,
Yeah, and pocket pussy's in charge.
Here's the weird thing, and it's pretty embarrassing to admit it, but here we go anyway. 2 days ago, I was spewing that Will Kincaid's this filthy piece of shit human, blah, 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 blah. And here I am 2 days later, like, yeah, okay, he says fucking provocative shit. That's it. That's all I can really say. I don't know the guy, and what I have been told of the guy in his real life, he's a pretty decent human being. So
yeah, I mean, I know Will in real life. I wouldn't say he's decent.
No, I mean, as in, he's not what I thought. Okay.
Oh yeah,
I consider Will online at least to be, because I don't know him well, but I see it as performance art now. Whereas I used to be like very, very like, whoa, like what are you doing here? Like, this seems very inflammatory, but he's targeting people who are targeting others, right? Like, I don't see him not doing that to other people. You know what I mean?
If you don't know.
I mean, I am proof that he doesn't hate trans people.
Check the movie out, Chopper Read, with Eric Bana, who was the Hulk.
Yeah.
He was this criminal who the only crimes he ever, was convicted of, not committed, but was taken out criminals. He never hurt an innocent person. He did drugs. He did all sorts of, supposed crime type things. But he would go and just extort or take advantage of or kill criminals. So he become like a weird Australian icon. Like we had Ned Kelly, the bushranger, is still an Australian
Well,
icon because we
y'all
like
I think I
love
criminals,
saw a
criminals.
movie
but
about
we like
the guy you were
justice,
talking about.
right?
Didn't they make a movie
So
about him? So he went into prison and then
yeah,
ended
yeah,
up taking out. Yeah, okay, yeah.
yeah,
Hold on.
absolutely. Took out
There's a
people in
silly
prison
word
and
you call
everything.
criminals, right? I mean, what the
Convicts.
fuck is it that you call these people like Ned Kelly and all that jazz? Because like you call bikers
Oh gosh.
bikies. There's a silly word for like criminal people you like.
Well,
Am I wrong?
yeah, I think we have like we use convict or con.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
there's
You call them like
bushranger.
connies or cons or something like that all the
Yeah,
time instead of just criminals.
Yeah,
yeah.
That
yeah.
gives me
Well,
a
we get
giggle.
that a lot here too,
Because
convict, but
you've
I think that's a
been
different connotation.
convicted, but convicted doesn't mean you're necessarily a criminal because you're innocent.
Yeah,
Everyone
but you
in
were
jail's innocent.
convicted by a court of law, which
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
that
well,
don't
again
mean
also
shit.
doesn't mean anything.
Yeah,
But
but that's the point. We don't respect the authority. So you can say we're convicted, but we're not a criminal. Because who are you to decide what's a crime, sort of thing?
Well, also, I mean, definitionally, if criminality is a behavior, there's not a criminal person. There's not
Sure.
a criminal. There's some people would
Kevin, have
say,
you met
some
me?
psychologists say criminal personality, but I think that's a slippery slope because you
To
can't
me,
rehabilitate somebody who has a criminal personality, right?
Yeah.
well, they've tried rehabilitating me. Look where I'm at now, baby.
Well, you
That's a joke. I've never been in prison.
you're in
Probably.
shelter. You have a partner. You're not a serial killer that I know of. So you're not doing as bad as some people.
Well,
Yeah.
Are you shooting heroin into your eyes?
I wish I had heroin money because I could do
You're
a
not as
lot
bad as
with
some
heroin
people,
money.
then.
I could be buying so much food and beer and clothes if I had heroin
Socks?
money. Dude,
I'm pretty sure if I tried heroin once, I would be dead. If not within a day, within a year at top. Like, yeah, there's no
oh,
way.
I don't fuck with that shit. Anything else, like crystal meth, heroin, PCP, no thank you. Anything else, I'll try. Is it free? I'll try it once. Little bit of cocaine,
Yeah, yeah.
maybe. Hey, sure, why not? I'll try it. Might like it. Who knows?
Mm.
I did, but like
You
what,
gotta
2
be careful
times a
with the
year kind of
cocaine now.
thing.
Like,
Hey,
they're putting fentanyl in the cocaine now, and that shit's fucking. Yeah,
oh,
good
I
as
always used those like testing strips for like your radiator in your car. I used to use those to test the pH level of the cocaine I would buy to see if it had bleach in it.
shit. Right.
I mean, that's just what you do. You gotta figure out what's in it, man.
Yeah, I mean,
Did
there's
you ever
always some
find any with it?
acceptable level of bleach in cocaine. It's just like drinking
Yeah,
water, you know.
yeah. You just want to know how much it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Crack or meth or PCP, you can't know that. That's too much for me. Hell, even ecstasy. It's like
What
I'm gonna break
in
off the
it
pill. I'm gonna find out if this is
your
methamphetamine or actual MDMA. You gotta
pure
know.
solid crystal chunk?
No. Like pill form
Oh,
methamphetamine.
yeah, no, fuck that
Right.
shit.
Oh, hey, real fun. I accidentally did it once. Real fun. The come down was awful.
Yeah.
I hated it and I wanted to die. So never again. No.
Yeah, meth has a pretty shit come down in general, really, because it's such a high. But
Well,
I actually am a weirdo. I don't mind the come down.
I didn't mind
Maybe
the
I
come
make
down.
myself enjoy it, so it's not as bad.
What the worst part was after I fell asleep and then woke up like 12 hours later, I felt like I shit all of my veins and nerves out of my body.
Yeah.
It was,
And
I
then
hated
and then
that. And I'm
it's
like, nope,
like
I'm
the
checking
only
all
way
my
you can
ecstasy from now
function.
on.
Oh, well, okay, yeah. If you for the come down from that, yeah, I could see that. But I mean, when you're habitually using crystal, like when you have that experience, it's like as badly as you don't want to use, like there is no other way you think you could like possibly wake up that day if you don't. And so that there's like that habitual, like it's like having your morning coffee, but like amped up to 1,000. Like, oh, I really need this cup of
Yeah,
coffee right now, or shit's not
I,
happening.
I already have enough chemical dependencies. I don't need another. I'll take my caffeine, nicotine, and alcohol. That's more than enough. That's already expensive enough. I don't need the bath.
Yeah, I find that's like my biggest pet peeve right now, and I try to be more empathetic about it, but I see a lot of meth users around my place of work. And it's like tonight, like the dude's just sitting there at the bus stop, smoking off a foil. And I'm like, what are you doing? You can't do that here. Hello. You're like literally like 15 feet away from a security guard shack. And he's like, oh no, it's not meth. And
Well,
I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Like, feed me another line of bullshit. I've been there, done that. Just take it over there. I really don't want to
yeah.
call the cops right now, but
Okay, so the guy who I used to buy weed from like a decade ago, he used to smoke meth out of light bulbs.
oh yeah.
Yeah, because apparently the light bulb makes you higher, or whatever gas is in the light bulb makes you higher.
Oh, that's stupid. That's so stupid. You're supposed to clean that shit out of there. If you're smoking the fucking whatever that stuff is, they coat it with I
Well,
can't think of the term. No, you're supposed to clean that stuff out of there. That stuff is more toxic than the meth.
yeah, well, this man also, he had a trapdoor rifle. Now, for those of us who don't know what a trapdoor rifle is, this was like a failed, like pre-semi-automatic, type of gun. It was pseudo semi-automatic. There was a trapdoor in it that you could load rounds into. Trapdoor rifle. He had one of those because federally you can buy one of those and it's an antique and not a firearm. So they don't have your name or anything. This man smoked meth out of light bulbs and had like an 1896 firearm that he used for defense. He was fucking nuts. Great guy, but smoked meth out of light bulbs.
I feel like I know the same, like the doppelganger of this person, but he
Yeah.
lives in Northern California. He's a gay man who wears, assless chaps on a regular basis, and he had no
That guy's
problem hitting
everywhere.
on me. It was like I was like a 16-year-old boy. He was like, no,
Usually.
age ain't nothing
Oh,
but a number,
no. Okay. Mine was like, I don't know, I was 16, 18, something like that. He was my on and off weed dealer, depending on if he was in jail or not. But like, he was like 30 something and would have like
Yeah.
a 14-year-old girlfriend. And he would sit there and make you listen to his rant about, the fucking, what do you call it? The place that prints money. The Fed.
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Reserve?
He would have a 28-minute rant about the Federal Reserve every time while his 14-year-old girlfriend sat on his lap grinding on his dick. And you had to sit there because he was smoking meth and your weed that you just bought from him because he demands that. Which is fine. This is back in the day when weed was illegal. So, that happens sometimes. But it's like, hey, man.
Smoke your stash with me.
I just want to go get high in my squat, man. I want to go get high down by the down by the railroad tracks with my buddies, man. I don't want to hear about your rant about the Federal Reserve with your underage girlfriend. That'd be cool. Oh, there's a gun pointed at me. Cool. Okay, I'm going to sit here and listen to the rant then.
Oh, you were just showing me the gun. You weren't threatening me. You just wanted me to, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's just showing the gun. Yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Spooky? Yes. We
I'm
were
sorry, Spooky.
Not everybody worldwide is used to this. This is real street talk right here.
This is yeah. But hey, we all know that guy though.
Yes.
Sometimes it's two guys, different guys, but like, the guy. You know the guy. It's Sammy, do you know the guy? Sammy definitely knows the guy. The guy has him held hostage right now.
Yeah. He's like, I have a gun in my head at this instant.
Yeah. He's like, man, I have to mute because this man's yelling about, how the lizard people live inside the hollow earth.
Oh, yes. And then there's people like online that we're supposed to take seriously, like the debate community right now with these fucking flurfers is ridiculous. Like, and they actually have traction. They have real traction. I'm like, dude, this is just so damaged. There's something so wrong going on here. What? I mean, if this isn't a shtick, I don't know. Nobody here thinks the Earth is flat, do they? I know Sammy doesn't.
What kind of dig at me was that? Obviously, the Earth is dinosaur shaped.
It's fucking hollow.
Yeah, but it's flat. Hey, I'm going to take the Von Helton stance. It's flat and hollow.
How the fuck does that work? Is that it's like
I don't know.
Pizza pocket? A pizza pocket. That's what I imagine. Yeah, it's like yeah.
Well,
it's a hot pocket, but it's been like smushed, right?
William, do you have the video where Von Helton claims that the Earth is both flat and hollow, just like on hand, perhaps? Because if you do, you should link it.
Oh, you're talking to that William. He doesn't
Will
have
Kincaid. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
we used to hang out with Von.
That. Oh, Von's fun. I do listen into Von pretty regularly. I don't cover it. I just listen.
That's what you should do.
I let the professionals do their jobs.
Well, no, it's just fun to just listen to him. The man will put one foot in his mouth, and then a second one, and then somehow a third one comes out of nowhere, and it's like, what? How do you have this many feet to put in your mouth, Von Helton? It's a beautiful thing, really. He makes that meth that light bulb smoking meth guy seem reasonable, by the way.
Yeah.
And he's sober, which should scare everyone.
See, and I don't like to question people's sobriety, especially in those types of situations. Like, okay, I could see the groundwork but no, let's not, unless we have like really good reason, because he's not like, doing all this standard, chewing on your cheeks and fucking rubbing your face type of shit, everything you'd look for. It's like you could have a very controlled user that can function, in society and kind of play chameleon.
Is Von Helton a controlled anything?
No, see, yeah, I see no other signs of self-control going on here. So,
well, I mean,
but sometimes he's perfectly like, I'll listen to him just talking about random bullshit. Like, I can't even nondescript random bullshit. It's like, oh, that's kind of funny, and then he just goes on a tirade, and you're just like, whoa.
Von Helton will have like 3 minutes of like pure lucidity where he's a normal person. And then that's it. That's all you get for the next month. You get that one hit of Von Helton being a normal human. Nothing else. You wait a month. And then he'll have like one day where he's like, hey man, like, I was just out here like having a root beer. And, I just thought today was a beautiful day. It was really good. There's a few clouds, but not too many. And then suddenly he's like, yeah, but we should kill all the bankers. And it's like, what the fuck just happened? Von, you were...
Because they're destroying the beautiful environment with their jewelry and,
Yeah, that's exactly what...
Actually, I don't like to diagnose people, but I'm going to diagnose him. Bipolar much?
An apple and a watermelon.
I don't remember. Directly after I speak, it just makes it fucking awesome.
I'm gonna find out I'm gonna grab the video of Von Helton putting his foot in his mouth with Will. Hold on, let me think. Give me a second. It's a fun video to watch.
I don't know who this person is, so I was clearly joking.
Who, Vaughn or Lo?
Yeah, Vaughn.
Oh yeah, no, he's been a popular dumpster fire for a while. You just have to know where to look. I'm trying to think of. I can't remember his cohort's name. His frequent co-host these days. I don't know how long they've been together, but this guy, I've heard tell that he's just kind of egging him on, but. He will pretend to be playing good cop and like, whoa, Vaughn, let's pull the reins there and blah blah blah. But wait, I'm also agreeing with you, and all these people are in side chat. They're just trolls. And wait, but here I am over here making like a ham sandwich or some scrambled eggs. Here, let me put this on screen. And you're just like, is this guy for real too? Is this a real connection? And I can't quite make it. It does seem sometimes like he's just.
Oh, that's Jorn. J-Dubs.
Jorn, yeah.
J-Dubs. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That's crazy black dude.
Not a crazy. Not Jorn is not black.
Yeah, he's not black. No. These are two white guys. Yeah.
And by crazy, I mean, who is that black dude that's been going crazy and caused all of this bullshit that's been happening?
Oh, yeah, that's the other community. Yeah, Pocket Locker, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, that's what. Yeah.
He's
that
Jay
motherfucker.
Bundy. Okay. J-Dubs, Jay Bundy.
J-Dubs is a whole different thing.
Okay, that's why I was confused. Because when people kept saying Jay, I was like, who? Who? Because I didn't recognize him as the same person.
J-Dubs is Jorn. Wait, no,
think of Gorm.
Yeah, Gorm. Yeah, that's Jorn is Gorm saying John poorly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's.
Oh my god.
That's Brett Keane.
There's a connection.
Not being able to say John correctly. That's what we call it.
Jorn. I see. He's saying Jorn. Oh, it just makes it funnier and funnier.
AWN, but he calls her Dorn.
Oh no.
All right. Okay, here's a video. Here's a video of Von Helton and Will and Jorn and Brett.
That's right.
I'm sorry, Gorm. It was the Gorm gang. Yes, okay, I figured it out. I figured it out. I got it. Kevin's got it. It's great. It's a great video.
Yes, it will be up momentarily.
It's beautiful. It's. I mean, I can also dig up the time Von Helton threatened a child with death.
Yeah.
Just a kettle.
There's probably a couple of those. Yeah, I think I've heard a couple of those.
Well, he threatened the same child twice, and that particular individual child situation called him bread. Your bread, your literal bread. Shut up, you're a dusty old crouton.
Oh, Kev. I'm going to make my background a black pot.
Hey, that's the pot calling the kettle a racial slur.
Nice.
Wait a second. This was bait for Will Kincaid, wasn't it? Your Filipino buddy is going to clip this, isn't he?
Hey, how do you know about my Filipino buddy?
Oh, wait, do you have the same Filipino buddies, Will? Well, you're nearby.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, they have fucking banging food.
Banging food, banging chicks.
Yeah,
boys.
banging dudes too. Like they got dudes with pussies. They got girls with dicks. It's fucking great.
Yeah, it's like, what do you want? They've got it.
Yeah, I lived in Saipan for a few months.
Like,
oh
they
my
live in
god,
absolute dog shit, and they're just so happy. And then I look around us, at our fat white.
Nope. Rest in peace, I guess.
What
so
happened?
Before this video gets started, this has been a labor of love. I've been setting out for quite some time.
This is an old one, if you can't tell.
Oh shit! What happened? No. No, Sammy, come back. I was trying to device because I was having lag. I don't know.
Yeah, what happened to Sammy? Sammy was mid thing. I'm assuming he just got shot by his meth dealer.
No, I'm actually on the market for a new meth dealer.
No, it was my fault. I was just trying to. Yeah.
I thought I went on the keyboard or something. So.
Kevin was the meth dealer this time. Oh God, I got Wisconsin there with time.
I actually thought it was the Filipino government for a minute because I was.
Hey, I'm just saying. I lived in Saipan
I'm
for a
gonna
while.
wait till this goes.
Man, best time of my fucking life. They have corn desserts. They have corn desserts.
Soon,
they're delicious. They shouldn't be. They're delicious.
From the Philippines.
Yeah.
To Indonesia.
Yeah.
To Malaysia.
Yeah,
Singapore,
you're close.
And then
closer to me.
I'm gonna end up in Thailand. If I come back, I come back. If I don't, I don't. It's gonna be a hell of a 41st birthday. I'm gonna have lady boys and boy girls and.
Hey, let the trannies hit the floor. Let the trannies hit the floor. Let the trannies hit the floor. Face down, ass up, bitch.
To the window, to the wall. Whatever that means.
Yeah, watch that sweat drip down my balls.
Yeah, okay.
I think we've hit our point. I don't know what point it was, but go ahead.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I think we made it. I'll be honest, I wanted to talk about Lady
before
Boys.
This video gets started, this has been a labor of love. I've been setting out.
He's so young. I want to pinch his cheeks.
I know, this is young Will. Von Helton is not young here.
I just want to point out that I don't think that Von Helton is actually a Nazi. I have to say that because some people are gonna think that I'm serious. So that's the that's the thing. I don't think that Von Helton is an actual Nazi. This video is heavily edited.
If anyone ever
Obviously.
wants to doubt
So,
Will Kincaid
let's get
gave a
into it.
fuck at some point, here's the truth.
I saw that a raging atheist was crying about the fucking about Bernie getting fucked. I've been telling people, listen, don't cuck for Biden. If you think Bernie's legitimate, write him in, or vote for Trump, or vote for a third party, but don't vote for him. Don't be a little bitch. Stick with your fucking. Stick it right up their fucking ass. The Democrats deserve to get spanked for the way that they've been behaving lately. It's atrocious.
Absolutely. Yeah. They've literally been caught with their pants down, but see, nobody wants to do anything because
stick with your fucking guns. That's what I say. Anybody that sells out for Biden because vote blue for no matter who might as well vote for Emperor fucking Palpatine or Adolf Hitler. Because, because if I had somebody seriously tell me on fucking Twitter if Adolf Hitler was a Democrat and still alive, he'd vote for him over fucking Donald Trump. Because they said, and this in no uncertain terms, that Donald Trump is literally worse than Hitler. And it's like, wow, the no true Scotsman, he's back again. Oh.
It was me.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by?
He does exist.
Oh, I'm sorry. This might have had too much internet for you. The TLDR of this is Von Helton goes after the bankers and describes Jews the entire time, and it's hilarious. And Will is just like, "Oh yeah, Von, really? Huh? Wow, certainly the bankers. Yeah." I love it. I mean, hey.
Sorry, I was distracted by the.
Don't fucking out me as a cheese dealer, okay?
Get started. This has been a labor of love. I've been setting out for quite some time. I just want to point out.
This is one very untrustworthy ape right now.
Kev, are you in like Guadalupe or somewhere? You're not in America, are you? Be honest.
I have to say that.
Waterloo Bay. That's definitely. No, that's in America now.
Are you still on dial-up?
Some
America. 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 Fuck yeah.
It's powered by potatoes.
I mean, yeah, well, okay, Kevin's in the same situation I am. I'm relying on his internet because I'm on a phone. I can't share my screen.
I can share mine if you need me to.
Well, I don't know what Kevin wants to. Kevin, because Kevin's Kevining Kevinly. God damn. Oh, Kevin's gone. Oh, he's back.
There he is.
Good morning, Halsey.
You know,
no, everything's gone horribly wrong. Are we back?
Halsey, yes, you're back. Halsey, don't be offended. Cat's just a cunt to everybody.
I can't even see. Oh wait. Oh yes. Hello. Hey. By the way. It's literally nothing against you. Come on. That's what I am. By the way, Sammy. I just realized what I think you look like. You look like slightly less hot Hugh Laurie, and it kind of turns me on. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Well,
you're like House if he hadn't survived the addiction. Yeah.
Oh,
He hadn't survived the addiction.
Yeah, he had an addiction problem for a while. I remember that.
Yeah. Okay, but like, can we talk about how a bit of Fry and Laurie was probably some of the funniest shit ever? Like Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie. Oh, I mean, it's almost like Blackadder was really good too. That had Mr. Fucking Bean in it. Like, oh, the spiritual successors to Monty Python.
Yeah.
I love Hugh Laurie.
Yeah. I prefer Stephen Fry, but yeah, as a duo, they were fucking epic. And I love when Hugh Laurie did the America song. I don't know, Bruce Springsteen type thing going on there.
Bruce Spring. I once Bruce a string sping.
I'm Bruce Greenbane.
Gotta go on down to Vanderbilt and give me a Bruce Springsteen. Hey, Bruce.
America. The States.
Hey, Bruce. Come on with my Bruce and get Bruce and we'll go on and Bruce the Bruces. Hey,
Bruce. Are you coming to fucking Bendigo or what?
Oh, yes. Fucking Bottom and the Young Ones. Yeah, I love that shit.
Yes. Because we may not be the young ones very long.
Look, I just seriously, Halcyonic Kaiju, that was the first interaction I had with this individual. And they clearly have never interacted with me before because I barely know who they are. I have seen them in chats, but like we very rarely interacted. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry that I said anything that I said, but I'm sorry that was your first interaction with me because, like, I'm perfectly capable of being reasonable, but like, I was in cunt mode. Well, I'm okay. I always am. Shit. Fuck. You use the trigger words, and I had a Winter Soldier moment. I regret nothing. Anyways, let's continue. Or not. I don't care. It's not my stream.
I regret nothing.
I did the wrong button again.
I
What was
regret
the
a lot
other
of
one?
things.
I'm sorry. Now I'm like stuck though. Was it the Dangerous Brothers? That short one that that they did. Aid and from the Young Ones. Do you remember that? Was it the Dangerous Brothers?
You've lost me.
Oh my goodness! I have to see if this is on YouTube now and pull it up because I'm just like
having a look.
I'm stuck and it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it was by Rick Mile and Aid Edmondson.
Yeah, Rick Mail and Aid Edmondson. Yeah, I can remember. Yeah, Rick passed a few years ago.
Okay. Yeah, no. I was
Yeah, good riddance. Or rest in peace.
Bad rubbish.
Wait,
Rick Mile was a legend. He deserves to rest in peace.
Yeah.
So fun story. Someone at work told me someone they went to high school died. And instead of condolences, I said congratulations. He laughed so fucking hard because I said congratulations. Like, sincerely. Like, I used the word congratulations but meant condolences. He fucking died. Like, he was literally on the floor next to his machine.
That's hilarious. I often, because people here say,
congratulations.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Because people here say, how are you? Rather than
Sammy got it.
hello and stuff. I'm expecting them to say, how are you? But often people will say, hello, and I'll say, good.
Good.
Good on you for saying hello.
Okay, so where I'm from, when you say howdy, that's just hello. But where I live now, howdy means how do you do? So I'll say howdy and people give me an answer other than, oh, yeah. And I'm like howdy. Oh, I'm doing pretty good. And I'm like,
It's like that wasn't a question.
What? Good, I guess. Thank you for telling me.
I didn't.
It's like when people
actually
say,
wanna
"How you
know.
doing?" and I say,
Well,
"What's up?" and then
so-
neither one of us actually answers the other person. Yeah.
So here's some insider baseball that, Mr. Kincaid can confirm. I am exactly like this in person.
Okay, but let's let this play if we can. Check this out. This is one of my favorite comedies here.
Yeah. Oh my God, Kev.
Kevin's got some
You've
internet.
it just paused somehow. I
Yeah.
know that was weird.
Kevin has the internet of all time.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are the Dangerous Brothers. Brothers! My name... You're not saying brother! All right, I'll do the talk. My name... He will do the talking! My name is Richard Dangerous. And this is Sir Adrian Dangerous. Unusually dangerous, I trust you'll agree. Yes, we are in Dangerland. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's wet our danger buds as Sir Adrian teases us with some unusually dangerous bicycling. Sir Adrian! I have got no brakes! No brakes! I have got no brakes! No brakes! Are you all right, Sir Adrian? No. I think I'm breaking my neck. Moving strictly along. Get up! Get up! Get up! Can't get up! Get up or I'll fork your digits. And now, bait your breath, ladies and gentlemen, for part 2 of tonight's World of Danger, as we take you on a murky trip through the twilight world of Dante's Towering Inferno. Ha-ha! Towering Inferno! Marcel, the petrol! Thank you. Shut up and get on the chair! 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 Shut up! Now you keep quiet while I set fire to you. Yes. Everybody keep quiet while I set fire to me. Ladies and gentlemen, my impression of Dante's classic film, The Towering Inferno. Music, please. I might advise viewers at home not to try this trick, because it invariably ends in death. And this is why Sir Adrian Dangerous has been volunteered. Try and look like a hotel, for heaven's sake. Going up. And now, the moment of truth. It's revolting. That's not me. What have you been eating? Doggy do. Doggy do? Yeah, I did it for a bet. A bet? Yeah. I thought, I bet that tastes disgusting. And it did. Well, it's absolutely repulsive. And it's also a serious fire hazard. Look. bastard! If Bicycle had done that, think he's getting your back down, my bloody trousers! Stop! Well, viewers, can you spot what went wrong? Yes, that's right. I should never have allowed my partner to pour petrol all over me and then set me on fire. What I should have done... Wait. What are you talking about? I'm just talking to the people. Shut up! Excuse me, just one. Excuse us. It's gone. Oh, good. Right, well, things seem to be going very swimmingly. Well, let's look at the video of me recording my new hit single. And the piano. Get to the climax. Climax. Right.
Wait. Did I hear something about dog vaginas in there? We're gonna have to cancel someone.
Where the lovely pouting Sir Adrian Dangerous will hurl himself deliberately off the apex of this strange and interesting object. No, off the top. Oh yes, off the top. Tapping on every window. And saying, hello, cutie. To every secretary I pass on my descent, I'll fight. And saying, hello, secret. Hello, what are you doing? You're actually in Dangerland. This is the flight path to Heathrow Airport. Are you ready? I am ready. One last shake of the hand, old friend. You mess this up and I'll kill your buddy. You kill my buddy and I'll pull your head off. You pull my head off and I'll go to the newspapers about your strange problem. You won't be able to find the newspapers, will you? Because you won't have a head. Well, I shouldn't think you'll be very good at pulling people's heads.
Hey, Kevin, they got suspended.
Really? What?
You goofed. You done goofed.
So that was. Okay, that wasn't even an official website.
Red Geos, is that Halcyonic Caillou? Is that the same person?
No.
Oh.
I'm over here like talking
both.
while muted while talking. Yeah, it's not gonna let us.
Well,
I don't think I think it's a temporary suspension as long
it's
as
just a suspension. You're gonna have to like hold out for a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then it'll probably pop back up. Well, unless you triggered the wrong thing. Well, come on, we've all triggered the wrong thing here.
Terminated.
Oh yeah.
Wait, did it get terminated?
Someone's
I'm gonna look
posted
right now.
stream terminated. Oh, it says live. Yeah, no. It's still live. You're still live.
Yeah, it's still live.
It just says suspended for a few minutes, and then I think if we take it down, it will just pop back up.
Yeah, you just need to like undo your stream and then make a new one.
Or that, yeah.
I think. I've done that
you don't have to do
before.
anything. It'll just come back now that we've stopped playing it.
My only actual popular stream got taken down because I played a song. It was a 12-hour stream. Like, almost 1,000 people watched. But, like, in the 15 minutes I was taking a shit and, like, getting water and making food, I played a couple songs and my shit got taken down. It was great. I loved it. Super happy about it.
Yeah, that's like that one I did that Will
was
was on, where it was like everybody came by, but I was playing. I think that was the same stream, or there were two different streams. But one I was playing classic cartoons. I was like do, and then they took they actually they let me go through the whole stream. It didn't get suspended at all that I know of, but it ended up getting completely removed from YouTube, and I can't retrieve it because I don't have
All
a
right.
recording on StreamYard because I'm stupid.
Question: we're offline still, yeah?
No, it's back.
Oh shit.
Nope, we're back on.
Well, I was gonna say some absolutely heinous shit about some people that were like in the live chat, but now I was.
You can still say it; they just will hear you.
Yeah. Well, you know,
okay,
fuck. Who's actually in the side chat? Shit, Spooky Bed Hair.
Yeah, Subtle Dragon is Regios. I think I should have known that, but yeah.
I
was
don't.
like, okay,
I've
yes,
seen Regios around. I don't think we've ever interacted personally.
Will's in the private chat.
Yeah, Will is in the back. Unfortunately,
I see
William
that.
Percival Kincaid the Turd.
All right. Well, as long as you don't have to do any more violent shitting, I guess welcome.
Oh well, then you're gonna have to kick him and me right now.
No violent shitting.
It's part of our culture.
Yeah, I don't know if we're back online, but yeah, I've never seen it get suspended temporarily. I've only ever seen it get yeeted completely. That happened.
I've seen it get temporarily suspended.
Strike.
No.
It was what was Jen Aldrich? Remember?
Oh yeah, titty lady. Yeah, with her. Yeah.
The legendary missing stream.
Yeah, that stream got taken straight out. That wasn't a temporary suspension. That was a straight. You're done.
Jen Aldrich did not like us pointing out the fact that she was being a hypocrite with her boobs bouncing. So we played that on a loop, criticizing her for a minute.
Well, you played it, and I laughed.
So apparently, we found this out after the fact that she fucking flagged the stream down. And then,
but this is different. This is copyright shit. That's what you're talking about is like it could be considered like a personal harassment or something. But that's not this.
I use copyrighted shit all the time, and I never have anything like this happen except for after the stream's over, the whole thing gets fucking yeeted. I've never seen anything like this where it comes back. It must be something new.
Yeah, I think it depends on how long you do it. Like once you get
what it is.
Yeah, that went on for a while. I was like, because I haven't seen anything like that happen for a very long time. So I guess they are like still like having a conniption about that sort of thing. Because you're really
By the way, Will,
up whatever the fuck news channel their revenue.
Yeah, well, but see, the news is different because that's technically public access. So there's no copyright infringement when you do news. Because I've done that a lot, and they don't ever come at me for it. But the cartoon thing seemed like
I use covers of copyright songs, so
Right.
I only ever get hit with, "Hey, there's the beat from Dear Maria in this song." I don't know how they can own an undertone harmony or melody. Like I don't understand how you can own it. The lyrics weren't even the fucking same. They were in fucking Japanese and they weren't directly translated. So I don't. And then, well, whatever. It doesn't matter. But
it also depends on what country, because specifically I've been banned, or my videos rather. I haven't been banned, so my videos have been
we're banned. And
prohibited
we're banned in China, North
Russia.
Korea, and Iran, and some other fucking shithole I'll never go to.
Yeah, I've gotten Russia.
I'm banned in
North
Saudi
Korea.
Arabia too.
Never China, I remember, but Russia and North Korea are super strict about it.
I've gotten I got the Crimes of Google Walled with Cheshire Vic. That episode that got banned in Germany.
Oh, That was
I
an
thought was pretty
old
funny.
one. That is older than
and
the
by
video I
way,
just
By
linked.
the way, I should have remembered what you were referencing because it's one of the most popular streams I've done with the Hollow Earth and the threats.
You're bread. You're bread. You're bread. You're literal bread. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You're bread. You're bread.
Yeah.
You're industrial crouton. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
You're gonna kick yourself when I tell you what the name of the episode was. It's Will Kincaid has a chat with a Mormon child.
I know.
Oh, you
I
do?
saw
Okay.
it. I got a clip of it. Just Eli saying, "You're bread. You're bread. You're bread. You're literal bread. Shut up." And Von Helton threatening him to kill him. That was a great episode. Eli actually did a really good job showing how flat Earth is fucking stupid.
And then Billy from the Geek Room stole it from our Clips channel and uploaded it whole cloth
Yeah.
and did credit us. And then I was like, hey, we don't want you to like give us money or anything. We just want you to credit it because you did just steal it from our Clips channel. And Lo was incensed and I was like, don't make me get Bill Jewish last name in here. He'll lawyer you real good like.
Yeah.
And then they issued a full retraction and an apology, and that made me hard. So.
Well, no. Frankie issued a full retraction and apologized.
But Billy was the one who fucking did it, so
yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, well, no. Frankie was the one who was like, "Hey, man, maybe we fucked up," and Billy was like, "I don't wanna." Knock sushi. Like he had a full knock moment.
But Spikes were asleep.
I just got notification from YouTube. Yeah, my email. It says your stream was interrupted due to copyright. Your stream was interrupted. But yeah, it's
that. Spooky's right though. That happened a lot on Wild Heart streams, but he would play like 38 minutes of just like a full album of music.
Yeah. We tried to do a pirate radio thing with the whole fucking transmitter and everything, and we were okay. I don't know what the fuck happened there. We would just
it just depends on the source you use sometimes, and
That was fun with what the fuck was her name? Shiva. Yeah, I remember her. She was like 2 episodes, I think.
Yeah,
also,
that was back with the Juju.
I gotta shout out Secular Rarity.
I giggle every time I bite past one of those, by the way.
If by the way there is the community, right? All of those people that they say are the community have been on my show at least once.
Wait, which community?
Well, when they say the community, like these new people,
community.
Yeah, like with the William Freeman stuff, the community.
Oh yeah,
and that is going to be a thing. I am going to make the community incorporated, and then we'll know who's in the gang and who's not.
Well, I mean, Pocket Pussy hasn't. To be fair, Pocket Pussy lost the debate to fucking what's his name, Kent Hovind, and then was like, "Hey guys, I'm cool now, right?"
Oh god, that was awful. Yeah, I saw some of that.
I haven't seen it, but I would like to. Oh, okay. So in chat, I was telling you that May 17th is the 4-year anniversary of the podcast, so I thought that would be a good day to get everyone back together. It's a Wednesday,
I don't
though.
know how well that's gonna work.
What do you mean? Like just with
I
times
mean,
and stuff?
well, not just the time. I mean, with the people, I'm not sure that's gonna.
Well, I don't think.
They are changing.
Well, I don't know. I'm not entirely convinced that's gonna.
Yeah, it may not be as well received. Just yeah.
Oh no, I don't care how it's received. I'm more concerned about the people involved. Like, I think everyone is willing to get on. I'm just not sure that certain individuals have in their situation or.
Oh
I don't
no,
know who
that'll
we're
be.
talking
Are you talking about? I don't know. I don't know how to say it coded enough.
My ex-boyfriend.
Okay, yeah. No, that's why would that be a problem? I literally pitched it to him on fucking Passover. And he was like well, why just one episode? Why don't we do like a bunch? I'm like, okay. I didn't figure they would go for the one, and then they're pitching me a whole fucking season 9.
Well, it has been expressed to me that a certain individual does not want to interact with me, so I guess I'll sit it out and you can have everyone else on or something. I don't know.
No, that would
Yeah, it
defeat
makes
the
it a little
purpose.
tough.
Wait, I don't know why that would matter. Are you talking about low certain individual or?
Yeah, a
Just do
certain.
it.
Yeah,
Do
a
it.
certain
No,
low-hanging individual.
that wasn't a
Do
fucking
it
style.
Montel
No, I don't know
Williams
where.
style.
I don't
Like,
know.
you know,
I don't know where you heard that, but that's not a problem. Everything
Well,
is
just do
water
it.
under the bridge, as far as I
Do
know.
it like we've got your
Oh, it's
X
water heads under the bridge now.
backstage.
Okay.
By the way, we've got your X backstage. Cat's been waiting for a while to join in on the conversation. And by the way, you are the baby daddy. You know. Yeah.
Shit! I knew it. I knew it. That strap-on was full of my cum. I knew it the whole time.
Wait, how does that work with the trans thing? I
The
suppose
strap-on.
It
was full
doesn't
of my cum.
matter. It doesn't
because
matter.
one they're trans, but they don't have bottom stuff, so that means one is the baby mama, but also the sperm.
I'm the baby
donor.
mama. Well,
Would you
I
say
mean, I'm
sperm
your
donor?
baby mama, remember?
That's true.
You know, I magically grew a uterus that one time, right?
Oh fuck! I'm getting out of work in like fucking 25 minutes. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna try to jump in while I'm driving because I can just fucking hit a button.
Wait, before you go, Will, are you a security guard?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. I
Kind
just
of,
wanted to
but
make sure
no.
because I felt like we were having a convention or something, but
No. I mean, like, I don't fucking. There's not really like a whole lot going on, and anything that I am doing that's not like physical interaction with the individuals in the situation. You know, it's like as long as I'm not doing that. It's
Are you on
like,
speakerphone?
it's the only way that this works. I'm outside.
Okay, I would turn down the volume for a second, please.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, Will works with literal vegetables. Like human vegetables.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyways.
Well, they're not all veggie tales, but
okay, well, a portion
they're
of them.
primarily veggie.
So it's a similar profession. It's pretty close.
I did tend to work in cabbage patches. Yes.
I mean, it's the healthcare industry, but I mean, it's more akin to when I worked with the death care industry.
Right.
Yeah, it's mostly just kind of waiting for people to die. That's kind of how it is. It's that bad, but
I will say, I actually loved working in the death care industry because it's like, hey, you have some crazy old, like, 9,822-year-old dude who's like, everyone I've ever loved has died. I just want to be buried in this nice spot next to my wife who died 400 years ago. I just want to be put in here, and I want you to put a Milky Way bar in the grave.
Stop doxing Midnight. He's a vampire. He has enough
And
problems.
in our infinite wisdom, we say,
I
no,
gotta-
you
The
won't.
Mad
You're
Doctor
gonna-
strikes again.
I gotta fuck off for a minute, but I'll try to come back.
Same, man.
All right. I
In
was
our infinite
concerned for your
wisdom.
safety. I was worried that the Google CIA assets came and got you. So I'll see y'all in a little while.
Yeah,
Yeah, Will Kincaid fucked my dog.
Take that 1,000-year-old man and we say,
okay,
no,
but like
you
that
can't
video
die.
I linked.
We're going
Can
to
we
keep
watch
you
that
alive as long as
19-second
possible.
video?
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna hopefully if I can share it, or maybe Sammy, it's in private chat. If you want to try and share it, that might work better than me. I don't know.
It's the second and third thing I linked. I think. It's like 19 seconds, but it's beautiful. This explains Von Helton.
Your mental health. Tell me where you live. I'll come to your fucking house.
Okay, so
What's
Vaughn,
the
what you're
threat?
doing
What's the
now?
threat?
What you're doing now?
I don't care what I'm doing.
Okay,
You know what? If I'd have beat the shit out of these motherfuckers 10 years ago, I guarantee the shit wouldn't be happening
Go back
today.
to
I
Operation
guarantee
Desert
it
Storm.
wouldn't.
Go back to
Jesus, that was a clusterfuck of a fucking stream, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. I loved it. It was beautiful. The whole stream, it goes. So the whole thing went sideways because Eli, he was like 17 when this was happening. Was like, hey, Von Helton. This is stupid. This is stupid. Von Helton, this is stupid. The Earth is not flat. The Earth is spherical. It cannot be both flat and hollow. It is not a hot pocket. Von Helton, shut up. You're right. And Von is like threatening to kill beat up a 17-year-old. It's great. I love it.
Wait, does he know that he's a 17-year-old, or did he just any random?
He just doesn't care.
Well, I mean, I've considered that, like, sometimes. Like, I'm on stream with somebody, I'm like, I don't know if this person's of age or not, maybe. But, I tend to assume most of the people I'm speaking with are adults.
I mean, I don't go around threatening physical violence to people.
Well, yeah, that's a different line. I just mean, like, if you know you're threatening a child or arguing with a child, specifically.
Well, hey, it's okay to argue with a child. I mean, have you met children?
Yeah, but it's debatable whether it's rational to argue with a child. I mean, for sure.
Oh, I never said it was rational.
Yeah.
I just asked if you've met children. I mean, come on now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're very arguable. Yeah. I can see that.
Well, I think I've established repeatedly I have a very vigorous distaste for certain individuals who are below a certain age. Children, I hate kids. I think this is the thing I've said repeatedly. Who do they think they are being happy?
Right? Do you just resent, not getting? Do you not feel fulfilled in your own childhoods? You're like, why do you get to have a childhood, you little prick? I didn't get to have mine.
Yeah, I had to raise my younger sister, and that breeds some resentment, and therefore I hate all children now. Because when I was a kid, I never understood other kids. Okay, look, my dad and my mom they worked opposite shifts. So my mom would get home, or my mom would leave for work, and I would be alone for like an hour and a half in a crib by myself. And my dad would get home and then yell at me like, what the fuck? You need to use your words. Stop crying, you stupid fucking piece of shit. And then I learned how to use words incredibly quickly. So by the time I was in kindergarten, I was like, what the fuck's wrong with these people? They aren't able to speak clearly. Why do they talk like they're special? And that was,
development, yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was a me problem, but at the time, I was mad at all the kids who were like, and then the thing happened, and and I was like, no, actually, so that's not what happened. And well, I hate kids. I don't understand them. I never was one. I hate them. Why do they look like that? Why are they always sticky? Why the fuck are they always sticky? I was never goddamn sticky. What, do they have a Smokey Saint situation?
Well,
I mean, I did.
because of
and I still
like
wasn't sticky.
your upbringing, like stuff that we experienced. That's like because they're like not. It's outside of the normal range. So the things that we experience, right? It's kind of anomalous. So it's like we're super OCD about things like that. Like, I didn't have the same experience as you, but I can understand that. I had a sibling that had a similar experience. She was left in the crib as well, and we don't speak anymore, But I'm the I'm the eldest sibling, so it's like, and I'm always like, I treated them like shit, when they were trying to, have a relationship with me, and so now I regret that because I was like, oh, I see that they were like reaching out to me, but I was just too fucked up to, really be there for them, and I resented them, even though I actually resented the parents, not them. So like,
well,
but we get super OCD with shit like this when we feel like our parents are not capable of
yeah.
nurturing us, and so then we have to figure it all out on our own. And we're like, why did that younger little brat get more attention than me? It's like, oh, because my parent had to like fuck up with me to try to actually like figure out how to be a parent a little bit, So we're like the test subject.
Well,
Yeah, the way
here's
I
the
say
problem,
it
though.
is,
Let me explain my parents.
And counting.
I was a cripple and fell down the stairs, and I got yelled at. That same day, my sister fell down the stairs, and they took her to go get ice cream and left me alone. This is why I hate kids. There's so much optimism, and it's like, look, you're gonna grow up to be an adult, and you're gonna be really
That's the reason
disappointed.
to hate the kids, though. That's all the fucking parents' fault. That shit.
Yeah, but like, there's no optimism to be had when you're an adult. It's gonna be miserable. Why are you so optimistic? You need to know that everything's gonna be shit. Like, at least I wasn't disillusioned, right? Like, I'm upset. I think I'm upset at the disillusionment. Like, okay, everything's gonna be shit and you're gonna be miserable for your entire life. That's just what it is. Unless you're lucky and you were born into wealth and reasonable parents. Like, stop being happy it's just gonna hurt your feelings more when you get older. Trust me. Sources trust me, bro.
Well, yeah, but see, now I feel more like shit for like rejecting my siblings when I could have like had a better bond with them, and maybe shit would have worked out differently. But it's like I was still stuck in that. So that's where I'm like, do you really hate the children, or you just resent your childhood, and you get out of that, you're breaking some unhealthy gap. Yeah.
For me, it's both. I just really hate. They're so happy and innocent, and it pisses me off. It probably shouldn't, but it causes some sort of like visceral animalistic anger, which is probably a problem on my end. But
yeah, it's a trigger. That's like PTSD type of trigger.
What? I would never have that, Kevin. God. Why would you even remotely insinuate that I have some sort of like predisposition to, some sort of issue like that? God, that is just wow.
Well, I am an
Racist.
amateur. I'm an amateur psychologist in my spare time, so that's what I do.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I just fucking hate them. Happiness. Really, anyone who's happy, I have like some sort of like, I don't trust them. I don't trust people who are happy.
Like genuinely happy? Do you think anyone's genuinely happy? Is happiness like just a mask? Is it? It's like a tool we use to pretend that the world isn't totally fucked up 99.9% of the time?
I don't. Okay, so here's my take. Happiness overall, like if you're generally happy, you're either a liar or you're really lucky. like I'm happy sometimes, like when I get food or when I get beer or when I get that new tin of chew, I'm super fucking happy. But like overall happiness, like general happiness, I don't fucking trust that. I feel like you're lying to me if you say you're happy. Like just in general. Now,
Okay, so let me put
might
that
be a
in
me
like a different
issue.
perspective. Like my half of my bike ride to work today, like so 12 out of 30 miles that I had to go. Like the last leg going over the bridge was fucking excruciating. And I literally had like every emotion going through my head, and my main motivation was like, I am not going to stop. I'm going to, make it over in such and such a time frame. And I'm like, I'm pushing myself, but I'm thinking about like all this negative shit and just fear and anger and resentment. But all I'm using it to do is just like pedal me through this moment in time. And it was like I was crying. I was fucking snot pouring out of my nose, like fucking trying not to crash my fucking bicycle. And, like the whole time I'm thinking, I just need to make it to the end of this trail. I just need to make it as long as I fucking make it to my destination on time. Like that is all that matters right now. And if I conquer this one thing, I don't know if I'm happy, but at least I'm satisfied. At least I'm like, I actually accomplished the thing I wanted to do right now. Like, and it was like one of the hardest things that I could do, like I'm not fucking like in shape for this, but I'm going to push it. And that sort of made me happy. Like I carry that through my day. Like I did like the hardest possible thing I could have done and I succeeded.
Yeah, but you're doing the same thing I do, where it's like you take all that anger and hatred and resentment and you use it to get to a point where you're like, hey, I accomplished something. Fuck yeah. You used it as fuel the same way I do. Like, I mean, fuck me. I don't want to bike 30 miles. I probably would if I had to. The 10-mile round trip is more than enough for me. A fucking 30 miles, fuck that. I think I would just instantly die if that was something I had to do. But like,
well, I mean, it's not something I had to do. I mean, I kind of forced myself into. I mean, it seemed like the path of least resistance at the time. It just requires more work on my part, and I'm willing to accept that now because, like, what else am I going to do? Just wither away, or do more work and fucking get it done?
Well, you're forced into it, so you force yourself to do it, and you use the hatred and resentment as fuel. That's exactly what I'm saying. People who are just genuinely happy, I do not trust. I don't think you're genuinely happy.
There's people that achieve happiness through that means though? Like okay, there's people that just get everything handed to them. Those people exist. But there's some people who just work their fucking asses off day in and day out and become content with being alive and having the experience.
People who are content, I trust. People who are happy, I don't.
Okay, so how do you differentiate those two?
By how they define it. Like, if they're like, I'm happy, and they're like, yeah, well, I have everything I need, and it's like, okay, no, fair enough. You use the word differently than I do. I trust you. People who are like, yeah, man, life is great. I have like everything. I'm just like living the dream. Like, I have a car, I have a house, I have an all blah 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 blah. Like, hey man, this shit's great. I'm super happy, and I don't really have anything wrong going on in my life. I don't fucking trust you. You're either a liar or way too lucky. And in which case, if you're that lucky,
two things there.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you finish. You finish first.
Well, I was just gonna say, if you're that lucky, your luck might run out, and then you'll be probably more pissed off than I am. right? That's my thing.
I see like there are two things going on there. It's like I feel like there's a dichotomy where like when we're at work, when I'm at work and I'm talking to my coworkers, and you say, "Hey, how's it going today?" Like people say, like living the dream, another day in paradise, But there's an understanding that we're both just going through the same shit together right now, and we're just gonna make the best of it, right? Whereas like if I'm trying to like express gratitude for the fact that like, hey, I don't have everything isn't perfect right now, but my situation today is better than it was yesterday. And, just trying to be like, actually see the positive in that and do that in an honest way. That's like something different where it's like, so you're going to be like, oh yeah, like there's that one part of us that's just going through the motions and trying to like share that experience with other people.
Yeah.
And then there's the other part of us that says, you know what, like I've been through a lot of fucking bad shit. And so I know that today is definitely better than a lot of days I had in the past. And so like express that part of it, to where you start moving forward in a way that like, I don't know, it is about changing your mindset. Like Christian Carpenter said, happiness is a state of mind that comes and goes. But I think, like that's why I like to practice in Stoicism. And I think once you become content, you know what contentment is. You get a different view of what happiness means and what you should be striving for. And like, so I always
Contentment is a scam fed to you by the government.
Well, true, but it's also about being able to accept things as they are. And if you can change things, cool, but you're never going to change things by like raging out and just appealing to your emotions. Like that's always going to make your situation worse, regardless of what it is.
Well, yeah. However, at the same time, fuck everything. I'm going to burn it to the ground. Look, I'm not here to make anything better. The reality is, I'm here to watch it all fucking burn, because that's just what's going to happen anyways, so I might as well be there with a jug of diesel laughing. I mean, maybe I am incredibly nihilistic. Well, I'm definitely nihilistic. I mean, nothing really matters at the end. I mean, we're all going to die and, the universe is going to implode on itself again and, all that jazz. But, like, it doesn't really matter. But at the same time, fuck everyone. I want to watch it burn faster. Maybe I'm just an angry, hate-filled person. Maybe, definitely not. No, I have never been remotely any of those things. No, definitely not.
No. Can't be that.
God, no. It's... Hey, I don't know if you've noticed this, Kevin. I am, what you might call upsetty spaghetti. I'm sorry, is that offensive? You're Italian.
No. As long as you don't call me like linguine or something, then we're fine.
Oh, okay. So Kevin Linguini. Is it offensive if I say upsetty spaghetti?
I was gonna say, seriously, that's what would offend you, linguini.
I that's what kids. I don't know. Cross the road. That's what kids used to call me. I was a linguini
Really?
in school. Yeah, they thought my name was just super hilarious. I was like, "You're stupid. You're stupid."
Yeah. Okay. I won't dox myself, but my name is pretty shit, and I used to get called Samuel Saint Bernard Rottweiler.
Oh,
that actually sounds dope as hell.
It's pretty cool now that I think back. Yeah, but obviously when I'm a kid in like
when you're a kid,
kindergarten and shit, it really fucking sucked.
I was just called fatty or bitch tits usually, or cripple.
Oh no! Like to this day, like if you want to talk body shaming,
so I got fat.
I'm the skinny guy. I'm the short guy, apparently, even though like I'm supposedly in like completely normal BMI average, but I'm skinny, I'm short, and to top it off, I'm sensitive. So put all three of those together. Like I deal with it every day to this day of my life, and it's like I'm not worried about it. Like if you're 6'6" and 300 pounds, it makes no difference to me. That's like the last thing. Well, yeah, okay. Like in typical situations, I size somebody up. Like I realize you're larger than me, and that I just let that part go until it comes down to like physical intimidation shit. And it's like, oh, okay. So you haven't figured this whole physics things out, where I'm like 10 times faster than you, and like all the time. Like there's nothing you can do to your mass literally slows you down. Okay, but it's not a fucking competition. There's no reason, but I see this all the time. It's like, so the body shaming goes both ways. Like you're too skinny, you're too fat, you're too short,
Oh
you're
yeah.
too tall, and it's always the other person who's on the other end of the spectrum doing it to you. I'm sorry, we're all built a little bit differently.
Well, I'm a normal body fat percentage, but I'm 5'8" and 280 pounds. Like, I'm a fucking eldritch horror of a human being.
Yeah, so we're same height, but I'm about half of you. Like,
I usually weigh at least 100 pounds over other people my size. But I look, relatively normal, a little bit chonky. I have lesbian dad bod.
Yeah, it also depends on how it's distributed, I guess, when you think about it. Like,
I'm sorry,
because
I'm a
if you
little
have like,
distracted, but I just heard lesbian bedbug.
oh
Yeah,
What?
that's the best way to describe me. I have lesbian
Oh,
dad
that's
bod.
you.
Yeah. I have a great ass and also a beer gut. Lesbian dad bod.
Lesbian dad bod.
Oh, dad bod.
Yeah.
I'm hearing bed bug.
Oh. I mean,
I'm thinking, what the fuck is a
I had
lesbian
those at
bed
one
bug?
point. It was awful.
Sorry, Kev.
No, I mean, I have a bug in my
Interruption.
bed, but like, I have to charge my phone, so the poor guy's got to listen to this.
No, this stream is great because nobody's interrupting anybody. It's my poor internet connection that causes us to speak over each other, but I feel like somehow the overlap will make sense to people viewing because we still have, people in the audience, and yeah.
Are there people in the audience?
Well,
Christian
according to my
Carpenter is there.
StreamYard counter, yes, yeah, Reggie is Christian Carpenter, and the Cone Club Cult, of course.
No, okay. Also,
Maybe Spooky better.
Will Kincaid. Kevin does not sound like Hannah. By the way, Will, if you don't know, the artist formerly known as Hugo is trans and is now Hannah. One, Kevin has more teeth, and two, Hannah's far more Midwestern. Let's just be honest here. Kevin doesn't have the Midwestern flair,
I'm nowhere near it. Maybe I just need to visit for a while, and I'll pick up on it. It's it's like anytime you visit a foreign nation, you have to learn the language, and I feel like it's the same in this case.
Well, come to Wisconsin. You'll have weird shit said to you, like, you want to go on down to the Quick Trip and get you some beer and some chicken? I'll come with you. I'm going there anyways. You want to go? Come, or no? That's not human.
Wait. You said we're just getting beer, right? That's what
and
we're
chicken.
going to the watering hole. Oh, chicken. Yeah, I'm not a big
at the
fan
gas
of chicken.
station. Yeah, we're getting beer and fried chicken at the gas station.
Oh yeah. We can do that at 7-Eleven here, so it's not too foreign. But yes, okay.
Yeah, but like a 7-Eleven is not a Quick Trip.
No, well,
Or no?
depends. Yeah, it definitely depends. Yeah.
Yeah, no, or no. Yeah, no.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah, no.
It was like
Uh-huh.
yes and
Yeah,
no
no,
is
or no.
conflated with like the shorthand yeah no, but they're like pronouncing it the same way. Like
Oh, no, that's not Midwestern. Look, okay, Wisconsin has the same problem Australia has. It's just yeah, no, yeah versus nah, yeah, nah. And Wisconsin is followed up by no, or yeah, bud, versus yeah, cunt.
see, California, I think we do the pirate thing where like we're doing some other version of like I, you know, it's like yeah, for sure. Like I had to say the same, you know, I'm affirming you 3 times, you know, like yeah.
Yeah, nah, cunt. Get fucked, mate.
It's a difficult thing to get used to, yeah.
I mean, oh, okay. Here is the thing, though. I've worked with fucking Aussies. They understand Midwestern perfectly. Well, if they're, dirty bogan types, I guess. Well, so long as they're not from, like, fancy areas, I guess. They're
Victoria.
usually like, yeah, no, yeah, mate, I got you. Yeah. And you're like, yeah, no, yeah, or no, yeah, okay. And they're like, yeah, nah, mate. Yeah. Nah.
You got a Wisconsin and an Aussie standing together, and it's like, yeah, nah, yeah. Or yeah,
Yeah,
no,
nah.
yeah. Yeah, nah,
Yeah, no,
yeah.
yeah, no,
no,
yeah,
yeah, no,
no,
We
yeah,
do have the
yeah.
very simple version of that when you're trying to be like really terse with somebody, where they'll ask you a stupid question and you'll look at them straight in the face and say, "Yeah, no," and just do
Yeah,
it like
nah.
that. Shake your head, no.
No. Yeah, nah. I don't know what it is in Australian, but that's Midwestern. Nah. Yeah, nah. Nah.
Do the non-Aussies understand Midwestern is the real question.
Only God knows the answer to the question.
Oh, there was a question. Yeah. No. Yeah.
If you believed in hell, I'll just totally sidetrack, derail. If you believed in hell, what is your worst possible scenario envisionment of hell? Go.
Australia.
As far south as possible, right?
Any
No.
inner city city in the States.
Fair enough. They're both
It's
pretty
really
terrible.
not that bad. I don't know. It's like we've got a lot of problems in a lot of inner cities, but I think if I were to imagine, like a true
Things
hell,
aren't really trying to kill you here. We just tell everyone that.
Yeah. Well, you have spiders bigger than my head.
Yeah, but they're friendly. They'll make you a fucking sandwich.
But have either of you tried like living in the Alaskan wilderness, or say maybe on the
I've
one of the
watched
poles?
shows on that. I would be dead within 3 days.
I lived in Ketchikan for a while, which is like the subtropical part of Alaska, where it's like in between, like Washington State and like British Columbia. That was fucking beautiful. Alaska proper, no. I'd probably be more or less okay because I'm kind of used to that level of cold, but I'd hate it and I'd wish I was dead.
Right. Exactly, and that's like that's what I mean. It's like you can't if you judge it based on that, okay, right? And we're like take it, okay, the Christian interpretation of hell, would you rather be like burning alive or freezing to death or I don't know, drowning? Like what's the worst possible outcome? Like if you had to do that thing forever and it's the most miserable thing. And you're not talking about living, you're talking about dying, right? So like that's like a different concept. Like I have to do this. It's like Groundhog Day. I have to do this horrible thing over and over again every day for the rest of eternity. What would that be? No? Damn it,
Oh,
Cat.
shit, Cat's gone. Ask me the
Cat's
question
dropped
again.
and come back a few times. I'm just trying to think of like the most, if you were to imagine like that vision of hell where it's like constant torture every day and you think of it like Groundhog Day. It's like the same thing over and over again. Like Christians say, oh, you're burning in hellfire, or, you know,
What?
drowning for eternity or something like that. You know, like what would
So
you imagine?
any or like so when Cat was
Your
saying a place on
eternal
earth,
torment. Like your eternal torment.
actual Christian heaven.
No, I don't mean for a Christian. I mean for you personally.
No, I'm
No,
saying the
he's right.
actual Christian heaven, where I would
Oh,
have to spend eternity in what, the clouds? I don't know, but
Servitude.
either playing a
Servitude.
harp, yeah, and worshiping God, or like just bowing to this God for eternity, for billions upon billions of trillions of endless years, just worshiping some dude with people like Veckel and Jill and Praise and.
Well,
Are
hey,
you
I would hang
fucking
out with
kidding me?
Beckel.
If
The other
that
two, not so much.
God is going to let me go to heaven because it's going to be my hell, I'm telling you. That's Groundhog Day, is heaven. Wake up every day if you even get to sleep.
Wow, someone drove by with a motorcycle very aggressively. Sorry if y'all heard that.
yeah, I can tell.
Yeah, I
It's all
thought
right.
you were snorting lions or something.
I live in a motel right off the main road, so I'm in the room that isn't the bathroom right now. I'm charging my phone. I'm, by the way, sorry, Bugs. He is unhappy. I have awakened him from his slumber.
Not again.
I do that.
Would
I
Maybe my
upset
last
people.
server.
Do you agree that the Christian heaven would be pretty hellish?
Yeah, it really would. I mean, it would be fun for about a third of a second where I could be like, hey man, you're an actual piece of shit. Why the fuck did you do this? And then he'd be like, haha, okay, good joke. Worship me now.
Yeah.
And then I'm forced to do it, and then it would suck.
It's like your body just automatically gets down and starts bowing and.
Well, because I know if
praising.
Christian God exists, he's not going to send me to hell. You want to know why? Because I'm into that.
Yeah, same. He'd be like, this motherfucker's not going where he's going to enjoy it, where all his friends are.
Yeah, right? Exactly. Like, I got motherfuckers, I got friends of mine that are sitting in hell right now if Christian mythos is a real thing, who are like, lighting their cigarettes off the bodies of burning cops, giggling, right? I'm not going to get sent there to hang out with my dudes, right? That ain't going to be a thing. We're not going to have fucking Christian God isn't going to send me to have weird queer sex with like a bunch of gutter punk fuckwads. He's going to force me to worship him. That's going to be the hell.
Yeah. You have to have straight sex and make more babies. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know if sex is allowed in heaven at all. Depends on who you ask.
I've heard that heaven, depending on your interpretation, is like, having an orgasm like every minute of every day as long as you're in the presence of the Lord. But I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but I don't know. I think there's an aspect to it of like this whole idea of aloneness, and, it resonates a bit. Like, it would be the worst thing to like spend every day doing whatever you're doing at the end of the day to always be alone. And they, in their worldview, in the Christian worldview, you would spend every day in the presence of this awesome person that's just so great. And like, how could you imagine a greater person to spend every day with? That's like the ultimated Judeo-Christian, what God's perfect lover. He's like, God loves me every day, all the time. Whenever I'm alone, God's always with me, and we're stroking each other. And yeah, I don't know, like
Okay,
something about isolation.
that guy's Australian and therefore clearly a Poe. Like that he's not
Dude,
real. He's too Australian to be real.
As an Australian, I would like to politely decline ownership of this gentleman, and I would like to offer him to the New Zealanders.
No, I think you should take ownership because I think he's doing a fucking meme. I think this is a really long form joke.
Yeah, he does give Christians a good name.
Yeah. Okay. I've straight up said to the guy, like, I'll whisper when I'm in like conversations with him, like, I love you. And he'll giggle slightly and like break character for a gnat's fart of a second. And then immediately go back into, well, so.
But have you
Christian bibliological Christological biblicalism?
The fundamental etymologically of the fundamental Christologically, biblically, and fundamentally the archetype of the Christological fundamentalism.
He's
just pure word
He's like if
salad,
Ray
man.
Comfort was Australian but making a joke.
Ray Comfort is Australian.
He's a
I
Kiwi.
was just about to say, is he?
Is he? Fuck. I don't know why I'm trying to claim him.
He's got a Kiwi accent.
Maybe he's mixed, yeah.
Maybe.
He's mixed. Hey everyone, I'm Ray Comfort. Here I am on the streets of Los Angeles, and I'm out here, and I'm gonna try and find some real, liars and cheaters, and I'm gonna expose them for who they are and turn them into Christians so they can understand what Christian God thinks.
I like the banana penis scene.
Hey, the banana. Look, the atheist stole that from me. I made the joke. It's about Coca-Cola cans and bananas, right? The atheist stole that from me. They didn't understand the joke, and they tried to make it about me filleting a banana. Ray Comfort does not like Will Kincaid.
Will, have you swallowed your phone? Do you need medical assistance? He's in the car. He's driving.
We all right now that Will Kincaid is
I think
here.
he's just trying to help me make my look. Fuck shit.
I'm gonna head on out so that Bugs doesn't fucking kill himself from me being annoying at 7 a.m.
Take care of your bugs. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
No, but love you.
All right, hey, you love you too, man. See you later. Eh? Hey, adios, Sammy. Fuck you, Will. The Jews did 9/11. Bye.
Will's trying to make my words sound more gooder. No, you sound as bad as my internet is. I wouldn't take credit for it if I didn't know I wasn't. Wait, no, that's
Crank his
reverse.
volume
Never
up.
mind. No, I don't think that. Will that help? Okay, well, let's just see. Fuck it.
I want to take my head out like that, but like I'm expecting to kill just yet.
I think that might have actually made it worse.
No. A-E-I-O-U? Sometimes why?
Sometimes.
What?
What?
It's fucking. It's almost. So it's almost 6. Well, it's not okay. I can't say almost 6 yet, right? But I mean, I'm getting closer to fucking opening time, and I started it just before closing time.
So have you just been
And
in
it's
the
4:20
guard
somewhere.
shack? Have you just been
I
in
did
the
what
guard
with
shack?
my? I'm
Kev
not
keeps
breeding
talking
with
over you.
He's talking over me?
Well,
I can turn my microphone up. Jeez, is my microphone too quiet? How's that?
No. You just kept talking at the same time, so I don't know what.
Well, yeah, but nobody can understand what he's saying, right? I can't. Can you?
Well, at that time I think I could have, but you talked over him. Try again, Will.
Damn it. Okay, I'll let Will
I
say
just wanted-
like a word.
Ah! I just wanted to know if you were streaming from the guard shack.
Did you get that, Kevin?
No. Why does everybody keep asking me this?
Well,
I haven't been at work for many hours.
Oh, so you did hear him.
What?
You did hear his question, or you didn't hear his question?
What?
How about now?
Yes,
I
that's
did
better,
not hear
Will.
the question.
Save me, Will. Either
I was
Kevin's
at
having a stroke.
I was at a fucking red light, so I quickly put my headset on. So now you can hear me.
Well, yeah. So I couldn't hear you, and I think Kev's internet's that bad. I don't think he can hear anyone.
Yeah, I was asking Kev if you have been streaming from your guard shack all night.
You're silly. No, I rode my bike home.
I was gonna say.
It took me a long time.
I was gonna say, are you also a government employee?
I'm a public servant.
Yeah.
I'm not
hashtag
an
me too.
employee of the government, but I mean, I am licensed by the state. Yes.
Same.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means. Sometimes I'm like, the difference between being certified and certifiable is like a very fine line. So.
That's very fine.
But I do really genuinely like what I'm doing. So I don't know that it seems to make sense right now. So just leave it at that and fucking keep moving.
I sometimes like what I'm doing. Most of the time, it's just waiting for people to die, and that can get a little depressing.
Well, yeah, but we're doing that every day anyway, right? So
Yeah, but these people are dying. Like, so imagine. I don't know if you've ever seen somebody pass away like on their deathbed, right? But imagine somebody who's terminal in every way and dying a horrible, painful death, except for it's spread out over the course of years. So like like when these people hit the final stages of death, right? Like just before it's about to all pop off and they're about to fucking, hang out with Jeezy Creasy and the boys. They just hang out for years on just horrible, painful, drowning in their own fucking fluids death every day. And that for just fucking like 3 or 4 years.
It's like the only dead body I've ever seen, like up close and personal, was somebody that I knew for several years, and that we had an awful relationship. This person was horrible to me the whole time I knew them, and then right at the end, they were going through terminal illness and ended up having a slip and fall on the floor, and I had to pick her up and put her in bed, which is the only time she was ever halfway decent to me. And shit, I just gave gender. And and whatever. And so that person was like
You
halfway
saying she
decent to
has
me
a
that one
vagina?
time.
Did
She
you just
did.
dox her
Yeah, she did.
genitals?
Yeah, she did have a vagina, but she's dead. She's long
Damn.
since dead.
She
But
is now.
Now you're making me think about dead vaginas.
I had to confirm.
Why, Kev?
I had to confirm the death at the end of it. I was the person there, and the other person was like, "Will you check on them?" And I went to check on them, and they were no longer living. And that's the only person that. But they said we had this really weird relationship where they were just totally, terrible to me the whole time I knew them. And at the end, it was like you still had to have a little bit of empathy there, and it was like, well, yeah, I'm not going to just leave a dying person on the floor, and I don't know, it was like fucked up.
Well, first of all, it's a vulva, not a vagina.
Yeah,
Use the proper medical terminology. And second
It's
of
just
all, you could say that they are sans vulva. They are
all a
post
clitoris
vulva.
is a tiny
know about
penis.
you.
But it's like you
I'd
have to
put my
realize that
penis-
all women have little dick syndrome, okay? Because that's all a clitoris is. Right? No? Oh shit. Can we get banned for that one? Can I
Are
get
we
canceled
offline again?
except
Is that
one?
what happened?
No, I want. Please cancel me now. I'm like, was that
Isn't
too
the
personal?
vagina like the term for the whole shebang?
Yeah, it is. I think. Yeah, it is.
Listen,
Yeah.
the reason
It's like pelvic
that us
region.
Yeah,
I
but
don't say I want to fuck you in the vulva. I say I want to
right, yeah,
fuck
that's
you in
what I
the
was gonna say.
pussy.
Yeah, because the fucking vagina is the part of that whole thing that we're interested in.
Precisely.
Not too much,
I mean, the
and not
vulva's
too little
fun
friction.
for a little
but
bit.
it is. That whole
I've
area.
heard studies that more straight dudes, supposedly straight dudes, are into anal sex. So it seems like the butt
Somehow
sex
I
is the
don't
best
think
sex.
that's right, but okay.
No, you don't think so?
You're
I've
telling me
heard
that
many
the
stories.
homosexual men don't like to fuck each other in the ass more than heterosexual men
No,
who
I'm
like to fuck.
I'm saying hetero men want to do it as much as gay men do with whoever the partner is.
Yeah, until you do it. I mean, like I've several times now, and then it's not really. I don't. It's a lot of fucking work, and fuck that shit. And unless you're gonna fuck someone in the ass in the shower,
It isn't as easy as just slipping it in a vagina. That shit's ready and waiting for it.
Well, that's
and
the thing.
Is resisting you at every turn.
I used to have sex exclusively with men. I started my life out thinking that I was gay, but it turned out that I was just kind of an incel. but an incel, but just for gay man ass. And so when I had my first vagina after years of having sex with the same sex, right? I realized that pussy is infinitely better fundamentally than ass. Like, just fucking, there's no contest.
Yeah.
You can't. You just
As someone who will fuck everything and anything that's warm, yeah, pussy's top of the list. There's just no two ways about it. Like,
yeah, throats are number 2 for me. Mouths and
yeah.
throats and that whole thing. But
Oh
there's so
yeah,
much. Because you can get a blowjob in a parking lot at 3 a.m. and nobody even needs to really undress. That's fantastic. It's I'm looking for orgasms on the go.
well, yeah,
You know?
and head is an art. Like you can spot boring head a mile away. It's like, are you willing to
Yeah.
go, down
Hey,
or
you haven't lived. You haven't lived till you've gotten roadhead at a parade. Right?
yeah, that's
At the
a whole
parade.
nother level
In the
right there.
parade. Yeah. I had sex on a school bus that was occupied once as a minor, by the way. It's before anybody accuses me of something. To clarify. Yep. We were into all that shit back in the day. My last girlfriend, matter of fact, before my wife. Fucking in public, fucking hot tub swimming pools in front of people, on a bus, in school, in the gym. Yeah, everything. We were just a couple
Yeah,
of
I
horny
didn't lose
fucking
my
teenagers.
virginity
We
till I
had
was 16.
shit. I was fucking like 17, almost 18, to be honest with you, in terms of
Really?
pussy.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't.
like
I had
full
not
on,
had
yeah.
sex with a woman until I hadn't had sex with a woman in the vagina until I was fucking almost 18. I'd had blowjobs from women and tried a little bit of fucking anal sex because they were like worried about the vaginal thing. That's a weird thing, is that like for some reason women who have never had sex want to try anal before vaginal first because somehow they think that that's gonna be less traumatizing or painful or some fucking thing. So
how fucking dumb is that?
that is fucking that is the dumbest fucking all the things dumb. Anyway, I'm home. I gotta go be a father.
Oh, well, yeah, enjoy
worries.
that. And, always let your conscience be your guide and always look on the bright side of life. Will, I mean,
Catherine, you're a terrorist. Dick is not better than pussy, and you know it. All right, I gotta go. I love you all,
right.
and I will see you when I wake up in fucking hopefully 8 hours. Okay, bye.
See you, Will.
Peace be with you, sir. Well,
Yeah, I go
I
through
guess
phases.
yeah.
I went from pussy to dick to ass, and now I've come full circle, bound back to pussy. Isn't that weird? I guess that's not weird.
I don't, and I feel like, that's why I don't have a singular preference. And when people talk about sexuality, there's so much more about the personal connection, but
Yeah,
openness in like the sexual experience and like not being afraid to talk about those things. Like people are very sensitive about their sex parts and their preferences, and oh, I don't know if I want to try that. And it's like, okay, well, maybe, as long as you have a healthy consenting relationship, I'd say with the right partner, try anything once, I mean, nearly anything, maybe with some boundaries, but, go the extra mile to try and explore like where those boundaries, why you set those boundaries, and, how much do you trust your partner? Because that's very important, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I tell you, my jaw hit the ground. I always had this funny sneaking suspicion about Will, but to have him just outright come and say the first part of my sexual career was gay. Like, yeah, so what? Will Kincaid? Okay, there you go. He just actually like got a little bit hotter after he said that.
I think I actually had known that somehow, and I've talked about pretty openly that like I well I had like juvenile experiences with various people, and so there was that, but I don't consider that part of my sexual experience because it wasn't really matured. But once I hit puberty, the first sexual experiences I had at that point was with other males, and so it was a mixed bag. And then, but I was always kind of trying to get to that level of, oh well, I still need to try pussy, and so it took me a while, and I don't know, I was kind of stifled because I didn't quite understand my sexuality, and people weren't really explaining it to me very well,
Yeah,
so I don't know,
absolutely.
that can hold you
Well,
back a little bit, right?
yeah. I'm like you. I had experiences pre-puberty that I wouldn't class as sexual because it was generally someone a little bit older or someone who must have known what they were doing, and I didn't really know what the fuck was going on. But I'm like, yeah, you want me to put my what where? Okay, sort of thing. But then after puberty, my first attractions were male.
Right.
But being a Jehovah's Witness, obviously, I very quickly quelled any of that. Well, actually, I didn't quell shit, but I convinced myself that it wasn't, and that it was just, I was just weak. I was weak of the flesh, whatever the fuck that even, I don't even know what that means, but that's what I thought. Like, I'm just sinful and weak, and like, I've allowed my thoughts to go down this path, and now I'm like okay with it, when so thinking that was like some brokenness or something, so I repressed it forever, and I always knew I was. The attraction never went away, and I've had very few experiences, rarely, growing up, in my late teens and early 20s and stuff, but nothing anything serious. Always just hetero relationships, and really long ones, because I'm very loyal and very duty bound, and yeah, it wasn't, and I was always an ally of the LGBT, right? And I'd always be like, yeah, I support them, I won't speak for them, blah blah blah. And it wasn't until I had fully deconstructed a few years ago from my indoctrination hangovers that I still had, that I also then realized, hang on, idiot, you are LGB because you like cock. Somehow, even knowing that, I still didn't think I was bi. Do you know what I mean? Even
Yeah.
though I had got rid of that stupid thinking, like, I knew it was natural. I believed people are born that way, but I still hadn't managed to get rid of the blockages in my brain that had repressed me. And so I wasn't actually identifying as it consciously. So that was a really bizarre thing that, I only had that maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah,
And
or maybe where you feel like you can't be honest about it sometimes. Well, you're honest with yourself or like close friends, but just in public, kind of flaunting it like you
exactly.
would anything else, right?
Yeah. And YouTube sort of allowed me to start doing that. And it all at once was the most uncomfortable thing I'd ever done, because I was exposing myself like never before. And obviously living 40 years thinking gay was wrong or bad or broken or something, to be openly saying it was so world shattering, but obviously very freeing at the same time, to the point now where I'm one of the queerest motherfuckers on YouTube. Ask anyone who knows me and they're like, oh, Sam, yeah, that guy will fuck anything. But that is me. Like, I'm proud to say I identify as pan, because I don't think bi is enough, because it, what's a woman with a dick? What's a man with a vagina? I don't know. So it doesn't. To me, that bi is not enough.
But I struggle with pan because there's like something implied there that says that, like, so I have trouble with non-monogamy or whatever, like, and like I always feel like that seems to be, jealousy always seems to be a factor, whichever way it's going. Like one party or the other, both is always going to end up becoming jealous, and I've never had an experience where that wasn't the case.
Yeah. And I fully get it. Like, I was always deathly jealous too. And I think that was one of the biggest and hardest things to get past. But think becoming a bit of a man whore helps. As in, like, if you're getting enough pussy and dick and ass and all whatever you want, if you lose one or one's not interested anymore, you just shrug and move on to the next one. Like, jealousy comes from insecurity and a need to fill some hole that I think we should not be trying to fill with people.
It's an interesting metaphor. Fill some hole, yes.
Oh my god! I never even pun intended. But that's what it is, and it's like, we don't want to be lonely, but we grew up in a society that has normalized being loyal to one person rather than to realizing the reason at least 50% of marriages end in divorce. And I think that a majority more just stay together for religious reasons, is because one individual in your entire life is not going to fulfill every need that you have.
Right.
There is no individual out there that can do that. And to put that expectation on one person is unfair, in my opinion. So I think monogamy is actually unfair to do to a person.
Well, I mean, okay, so I guess that kind of comes to the issue of like, how you would define, or what do you think the roles of a monogamous couple would be, like, if there was one, like
So
what should the expectation actually be on a partner?
To never control that person or never stop them being with someone, right? You should never be like, oh, I'll stop you being with anyone else. But if they choose to be with someone else, you are free to leave. That's why this whole key is about the jealousy thing and the not needing. If you are comfortable enough with yourself and confident enough with yourself, someone leaving you should not affect you in any way other than, like, damn, like, they had a really nice vagina, I'm gonna miss that. And that's people take that as like, oh, that's horrid. You don't have feelings. Bullshit. Like I'm have very strong affections for people, but I've never met a person yet, even the people that I've loved the most, still had things that I couldn't give what they needed. I couldn't be what they needed. And
Do
if
you
I
think
did,
those
then I wouldn't be
relationships
me.
were those
It's
relationships like mostly about the sex though? Like is that what you mean? Like and the other things were
no. Because unfortunately, as much as I wanted to just do nothing but have sex, it was always other bullshit that was the problem. Like my smoking weed was an issue for some, or something like that, where it's like, okay, there's a crossroads here. You can either put up with my weed smoking, which shouldn't be a put up with. That's this whole. If that's a decider for you, you should have fucked off like long ago.
Yeah.
Or I can decide to change this thing about me, and then what? Resent you?
Well, yeah, and I guess that would be the ultimate question, like whether a person, your relationship with a person puts you in a state of mind where you'd say, well, I would rather change what I'm doing or try to say, work towards being the person that this person wants to be with rather than the other way around. Like, well, they should want me just the way I am, or do I have to put some other effort into kind of you'd say changing or progressing myself, and then like when is that like reasonable, right? And it's like I don't know. I've had
Precisely.
like these
And
crazy
that's why
things where it's like
both sides need to not give a fuck. And the more you can not give a fuck, the stronger the relationship. It sounds counterintuitive and
Yeah.
crazy, but ask Kat. I'm sure she would agree. Because
Yeah.
if you don't give a fuck if they walk away, then
but
you're not pulling on
well,
them and they're
that's
resisting.
assuming you're already in the relationship. I mean, like, how would you even gravitate two people together under those circumstances? Nobody gives a fuck,
Well,
and like,
same
it
way
doesn't even
I
seem like
did.
people would fuck.
Yeah.
No, hear me out. Like,
Okay.
I give off like big go fuck yourself energy, and like some people are just like super into that for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know
Precisely.
why, but I'm just like, hey man, you can either be with me or not. I don't fucking care. If you want to be with me, I guess you be. This is me. Deal with it or don't.
Yeah. It sounds
And
cliche, but you've spot on, Kat. It's about when people say, "Be open and upfront." Man, that shit. That is the key. When you meet, you say, "Okay, I'm not into a relationship. I'm not gonna," and I'll say I'm not against one. If I fell that fucking deeply for you, yeah, let's get married, whatever. But who I am right now, standing here in front of you, this is how it is. Now, do you
yeah,
want to go forwards, or do we stay friends, or do we say goodbye and have a nice life and
yeah.
put the ball back in their court?
Well,
It,
that's the thing. I'm friends with almost all of my exes because it's like, hey, it didn't work, but I was very upfront about who I was the entire time. I didn't lie to you. I didn't fucking mislead you. So like, pretty much all of my exes and I are on good terms. We're just not together, which is fine. Like, it just didn't work out because I was just like, hey man, this is I'm a weird, deranged, drunken loner asshole. Uh, what you see is what you get, right? Yeah, there's
Also, I have to state you don't have any biological children, so that's one less complication.
oh god, yeah, fucking Baruch Hashem. That's yeah, super. Hey, my dick's never been in a pussy, so
Yeah, that definitely overcomplicates things. Like, anybody, like somebody like me, where it's like, oh, do you want to hook up? Well, maybe. Okay. Do you want to get in a relationship? Well, okay. Have you ever been in a relationship? How many kids do you have? Oh, okay. They're gone. Like any prospective female partner is fucking gone.
I mean, to be fair, understandable. If I was like, hey man, like let's say I was single and I'm talking to someone and they're like, yeah, no, I got like 4 kids. I'd be like, well, that's a lot of commitment, and I'm not about that, man. Like it's nothing against the person. It's just like, yeah, that's a lot of commitment, and I don't really want to
The fucked up thing is though
do
it's
that.
not like it's financial obligation for me really. I only have like a stable relationship right now with one of my kids. Of course, all of my kids I would love to have a relationship with, but like right now that's just the way it is where I don't even see the other three most of the time. Um, so it's like okay, so that's not really a factor on you unless you're worried about my income. Like that's the only factor. So
Well, it's just like, look, it's the same way when I'm like, hey, I am a deranged loner asshole. I'm gonna be yelling on streams randomly at 8:30 in the morning. Right? Some people are just gonna be like, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's a lot of commitment to have to deal with someone yelling in my bathroom at 8:30 in the morning. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same. It's completely different, but it's on the same vein where it's like there's a lot of commitment with that.
oh, I've been that guy. Like, the other part of that commitment used to be, and I don't do it, I don't have an electric guitar right now, but, you might wake up to me playing an electric guitar right now in a certain, state of mind. And it's like, okay, well, unless I'm down with that. I mean, I do have headphones. I didn't used to, but.
Yeah, headphones do nothing about the fact that I'm loud, unfortunately.
Yeah, that wouldn't help that. No.
Also, on the topic of jealousy and like confidence, I really did want to say, um, so I used to have 2 girlfriends at the same time, right? They're both trans, and for my birthday, I got to watch one of them give the other one a blowjob, and I sat in the corner playing music, drinking whiskey, and it was the greatest fucking thing ever because I was just shouting yes, fuck for my amusement. Um, Either I have incredible confidence or incredible stupidity. I'm not sure which, but
But it's that situation where like, what is it you want to see? What song is it you want to hear? What is it you want to see? And you're like, oh, I get to choose. Oh, check this
yeah,
out, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
Like I get to play my own music. I have booze. I get to drink. I get to watch. I'm in a comfy chair. Hell yeah, this is great. Like I didn't even beat off. Like there was no sexual amusement for me. It was just like full on like yes, yes, fuck for my amusement. I feel like some
yeah.
sort of sultan or something. It was great.
Well, that's why I mean I've always been a bit into domineering, and like of course, early on we had like this punk rock commie, hippie harem of women, and me and my bro were gonna, all this crazy shit. Then, narrow that whole thing down. It was like, okay. And then in all my adult relationships, like there was a dominance aspect where I was always like, okay, I'm empowered right now, at least in the bedroom, then we have the other thing, but in the bedroom, I'm empowered. And, it's like, yeah, I mean, it gets me off a bit. Like I envision all those scenarios, although I haven't been any like that. But yeah, you're like, okay, cool. But then I'm like, okay, is that ego shit? Is that like, okay, now I just need to go back to my dial back my ego, or should I just keep trying to be that character? Or it's like, because I switch, but I always feel like the onus is on me to be in that position, and then switch is like not the default position. It's like the alternate. That's why it's switch, right? Yeah. I don't know. And I'm like,
Hold on, I'm peeing. I will respond unless you want to hear me urinating while I speak.
oh, that might be hot. I don't know. I don't know if can we do that on YouTube?
I'm holding the stream. Do you want me to keep it going or shut up?
No.
I don't care either way. I have no shame.
Use your best judgment.
Okay, trusting my judgment
Do what we best
is
for
like.
the stream.
All right, hold on. We're going. Okay, it's coming up. So, anyways, I mean, like, hey, there's a bunch of shit you can do, and like being dominant or submissive. That's all a scam fed to you by the fucking government. Like, hey man, just do whatever makes you feel you. And anyone who says otherwise, hey, there's no default position. Default is a scam fed to you by the government. There is no default. There's no such thing as that. Every human is completely different. There is no default human. If there was a default human, we'd be in a completely different world, right? I mean, people like to pretend there's a default human. That's a scam fed to you by the fucking government. It's just do your thing, man. Like, fucking live your life. Wait, no, shit. I forgot. I'm actually a turbo right wing Nazi or something. Fuck. Do what I do. Or something. Jews did 9/11. Wait, no, I'm the Jews. Shit. Fuck.
Wait, Jews in a gay bar on 9/11. Where does my pussy fit into this?
Well, it's what fits into your pussy. Usually is something tower shaped, roughly.
Ah, yeah. That might be a problem.
I mean,
My
you can
pussy's
fit your
pretty tight.
dick in the tower. I mean, hey man, goes both ways.
No. Exit only.
Use the right terminology, Kev. It's bussy.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot.
Boy pussy.
Mangina, yeah.
Oh, you want mussy. You want man pussy.
Right,
You don't
okay,
like
there
boy
you
pussy.
go.
Okay, that's fair enough.
I mean, I got some pretty good pussy here laying in the bed. I mean, I'm in the bathroom, but I got
me
some pretty
some
good pussy
pussy.
laying in the bed. You know what I mean? Hey.
Now, I'm going to sneak up on this Australian bussy and I'm going to stick my thumb in its ass. I mean, bussy.
Hey, look, y'all, I don't know what the fuck it is about you. Y'all make some pretty good femboys out there. I don't know what the hell, like, breeding program you have going on, but like, y'all got some like top tier femboys out there. It's frustrating, actually.
Yeah, the gay scene's pretty good in it. I'll tell you, all you gotta do is legalize that shit. Lay off the poor motherfuckers in society, and they'll thrive. They'll multiply. There is so much gay here in Australia. It's
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
hypothetically,
like
if I was into that
lesbians.
sort of thing.
Yeah. I saw like some really good Aussie lesbian porn. I was like, whoa, like because I usually am not, I like lesbians, but I'm not terribly into lesbian porn. I was like, this is really fucking hot.
See, I tell you right, Australia, it's brilliant because you don't really have gay and lesbian. You do. Well, this is what you got, right? You have dykes and you have femboys, all right? And otherwise, everyone just fucks everyone. They don't, man, lady, they don't give a shit. Everyone's just on this spectrum. But our gay and lesbian is pretty much dykes or femme. That's it.
Yeah, and
so
like
it's
said,
pretty good, yeah.
y'all got great femboys though. Like actual, like, more feminine looking than me than I could ever hope to be.
I
And then
know,
they're
man.
slinging like fucking 10-inch
Beautiful
cocks. And
blonde
it's like,
hair and shit.
well, shit. And this is
Yeah,
like
well,
this is a twofer right here.
why do you think I knew I liked boys before I knew I liked girls? Because the boys are
Understandable.
prettier than the girls here. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen Australian
Some
women.
of them. Yeah. They're
Some
pretty
of them are
fucking
just
hot.
like, yeah, nah, mate, going on down to Bendigo and pick me up a pack of ciggies. Gonna go wash some elbows,
catch
mopping
me
some
a wallaby
petrol,
for
know what
dinner.
I mean? Yeah, like,
Catch me a wallaby for dinner and then wash myself with a rag on a stick.
yeah, yeah, some of them got like teeth coming out of their eyelashes and shit, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing there, lady? That you've done, yeah, I don't know what kind of, this is turbo hillbilly. Like, I'm from the fucking sticks. Y'all got some fucking,
See,
that's some
all right,
real
all right.
rural shit. I don't know
I
what the
think
fuck
I'm
y'all are
allowed to be
doing.
racist against this because it's as wide as you can get, but it's the ones who didn't get the Britain genes fucked out of them. So it's like when British stay with British and stay with British, whereas the good-looking Aussies are the ones like myself, right? German, French, British mum. You have Polish, you have German, you have all these European and then the Asian as well. You mix that in with a bit of white, and you get mwah, gorgeous. But you just keep going British all the way, and you end up with fucking teeth for eyelashes and
Yeah.
all that shit you said.
Yeah, come on, that's what it is, though. You've seen it. You know what you've seen it in person. You know what I
I
mean.
mean, we love our colonial parents. We know where we came from, but we've come a long way, haven't we, America?
America. Look, yeah. Hey,
Fuck the Queen. Fuck yeah. She's dead,
my
actually.
people.
Fuck the King.
Yeah, yeah.
Come
They almost
save
didn't
the
elect George.
motherfucking day, yeah.
They almost didn't elect George Washington, and George Washington didn't want to be elected specifically because he had the name George.
Is that why?
Like, yeah,
I
he
thought.
didn't want to be president because he didn't want to make another King George.
Interesting.
Yeah, which is why
Superstitious
he was
stuff. Yeah.
vehemently against things like the two-party system and shit like that because he didn't want like any of this to like be a repeat of England. And I mean, I guess it's not. We have gun crime instead of knife crime. I mean, yeah.
Back then, you couldn't
We got
even hardly get a gun. I mean, they're stabbing people on the streets, all the time. But then the people would survive, and they'd come back, and it'd be just stabbing, ad nauseum, right? Like, and then finally, the one guy got like a single shot, like what do you call those things, like a flintlock or something, and he came out and he was like, "Guess what, bitch? Boom!" And then the whole game changed, and now we're here, and it's weird, man.
well, I don't know. To me, I hold on. Where was I going with this? There was a thought I had, and my brain fucking went more.
Well, it was you were talking about George and why he didn't want England to repeat itself.
Oh yeah, the two-party system thing. Like, yeah, we got rid of the House of Lords, and then immediately got the House of Lords, and we just called them senators in the House of Representatives. And it's like, I mean, hey, Australia's government, fuck. No offense, your laws are absolutely fucked. Like, y'all can't use like shit like your officials have said in government, talks. against them in a court of law. What the fuck?
Dude,
That's
yeah.
wild.
Our government's fucking piece of shit. It's funny, we're one of the most advanced countries, progressive countries in the world. I don't know how the fuck we managed it, because
Yeah.
it does show the power of the people, because one, voting is mandatory in this country. Mandatory.
Yeah.
But two, we protest, and when we protest, it's like the whole country. We actually get together on shit. It's America's too polarized for that to ever happen. So like gay marriage, I think we were the first in the world or something, because the country just went, nah, you're not going to fucking tell people what to do in their bedrooms.
So
And we
what
already
do they
don't
do to
like
you if you
the
don't
government.
vote?
A $50 fine.
Oh, okay.
So even the people who say, "Oh, that's wrong, shouldn't it?" Dude, it's $50, and it gets people up off their ass and fucking have a say.
I'm an anarchist, so I am morally
You don't need to
opposed.
vote. You can go in and draw a big fucking fat cock on that piece of paper. You
No,
can. No one can
I'm
force you to
morally
vote.
opposed
You know
to
what I mean?
government forced anything.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm opposed to paying $50. Just like I'll wear my seatbelt so I don't pay the seatbelt fine. We let them enforce us all the time, Kat. You know. So I think to makes
I am
you got to pick and
ungovernable.
choose where you make a stand, I guess.
Well, I mean, actually, no, you're right. I did pick and choose where I make a stand, and that's why I live in a shitty motel. Because I make too many stands, and I have too many hot takes, and I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Stealing from Walmart, that's not a crime. Fuck you. Capitalism's a scam. So that's probably why I live in a motel. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Doing this round.
Well, it's fucking 6 in the morning over here, and I've officially been up nearly 24 hours, so I guess I should fucking hit the hay, eh? Y'all can chat if you want. I'll leave this thing running. I don't. Yeah, I'm.
Shut it down, otherwise I'll say some heinous shit. You know I will.
Yeah, shut it down. I'll probably
Well,
start a stream up soon anyway. So keep an eye out, Kat.
Well, thank you to all the lovely
will do.
folks in the chat, and of course, my lovely friends here. And I don't know what to say. Butt sex
Say
is
genitals.
best in the West. Let me see your genitals. Oh, play that song next time, okay?
Yeah.
All right.